We're going to call our meeting to order. This is a city council regular meeting. Today is Tuesday, January 23rd, 2024, 6 p.m. in our Public Works building. We're going to stand for invocation, followed by the pledge, and the chaplain takes lead us in our invocation.
Let us pray. Most loving Father, we thank you for the warm weather that's come our way this week. We give you thanks for our city council and those that have stepped up to transact the business of our city and our community. We ask that you guide us this day as we stand before you, that you lead us to do your will, and you govern us in the spirit of unity within the bonds of peace. Of all this I pray, we pray in your most holy name. Amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, you're not handing, are you? We can call him, please.
Mayor Miller,
Here.
Mr. Smith,
Here.
Mrs. Hamilton,
Yes.
Mr. Welly,
Yes. Here.
Mr. Wilson.
Here.
Okay. So, as you can see, we have our city workers here to help us. I would like to propose that we move the items on our agenda that need to be addressed with our city managers. If we could move those up on our agenda. Does anybody have any objection to them? That way they can go home. They've had a long day. That would be 6, yeah. The 6 and 1, to do those first after we do our consent agenda, and then go back to our planning and zoning. Would that be okay with everyone? Okay. Appreciate that. All right, so I have, for my comments tonight, I just want to bring to the attention and have it for record that I have both the contracts or service agreements for our law enforcement from 2019 when Mr. Mayor Kathy was here and signed, and I have compared both of these to the one that on October 25th was signed by Mr. Hubbard. And everything I read in here, that this should be signed by the mayor, not Mr. Hubbard, so I'm going to request that we redo this contract with law enforcement to be signed by the mayor.
Is it gonna be any difference in you signing and him signing?
Yes, sir. The legal difference.
What about it, Chris? The mayor, the city manager you signed.
The fact of the matter is whenever the city administrator's position was created, at that time, according to our charter, the city council can create positions as well as designate, duties and responsibilities of that position. The city administrator has signed contracts, has signed agreements, has signed letters, over the last 2+ decades. I signed them when I was here before. Every city administrator since I left has signed them. It's council discretion. If council discretion wants to change the way that the city's operated, then that's fine with me. To me, it's part of the job, so I don't mind one way or the other whether I sign or the mayor signs or whoever. It's just a matter of taking care of city business.
It's a matter of, doing it in a legal manner too, because this contract actually talks about the mayor in here, so I just want to bring that forward.
Was the contract sent to us?
We approved it.
We approved the contract. We didn't see a copy of it.
Right.
See, I never seen a copy of this at all. He brought forward that there was a, that the sheriff had failed to get that signed on the date and told us the amount it was going up and that he could cover that. His words that it could be, in our budget, it could be covered, since we didn't have a assistant city administrator anymore. So it's
You're up.
$1,017,000, yeah, $107. So,
Say one thing.
no ma'am, I'm sorry. Oh, I know it's not your phone. I know this. Yeah.
You could do it one or two ways. You could make a motion to have the city council vote, have him all right to sign it, or you could have it, or make a motion to have the mayor sign it with the same effective date.
We would
Either
have
way.
to, there's a couple typos in here too, but,
We're currently operating under the contract, aren't we?
Yes. Yeah, and something else, too, an incorrect statement was just made that, the mayor had not seen this before it was signed. This was approved at the October 25th city council meeting, and here's a copy of the email where I sent the mayor a copy of the contract on the 24th, the day beforehand. So I sent it to all the elected officials. If you go into your mailbox, you'll see where I sent that out, the day that I received it, which was October 24th. I sent it to each one of you
said you didn't
individually.
bring it to the table, and I actually had not seen this.
Well, it's in your email, man.
So, anyway, but moving forward,
We're gonna handle this right here,
I just want to make it for the record.
I mean, does the sheriff have a contract? You still working? You still burning gas?
Is there a way that you could just undersign it, Mayor, or is that no?
I mean, we can change the signature block and have the mayor sign it. Like I
No,
said,
I mean.
it's an administrative
It's
task.
already signed. Can we undersign it again and by the mayor and be done?
You could.
Say again?
Oh, you could.
Could. You shook your head, I didn't know about it.
Is that way you wanna go about it, or what do you want to do?
Well, I think we need to go by the charter that says the mayor signs all contracts. And if it's,
So we're gonna redo the bottom page?
I think you just need to get a signature change.
signature
Just
change.
make a motion that the mayor's going to sign it with all this, with the same effective date, the contract stays in
All
place.
right, that is fine with me.
I'll make a motion that the mayor sign it.
I'll second it.
Just want to make sure we're staying within our legal bounds and everything is straight up done properly. So, I appreciate that.
You got the contract, right? That's the main.
I've got a copy of the contract that Chris signed. yes.
Just call roll.
And Julie and Tammy have given me another one.
Sure.
All right.
We need the vote.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Smith?
No.
Ms. Hamilton?
Yes.
Mr. Welly?
Yes.
Mr. Wolf?
Yes.
Ms. Miller?
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, Mayor Miller.
It's okay. All right. Any council comments?
Just a long agenda, I just say mine for the minute, if it ain't too late.
I just have one question. We're moving the number 6 with boat ramp. What was the other one? That we're moving?
06 is, and first one here. We're gonna get all this above the,
Got it. Okay, that's all I need.
okay. Just for, I'm having to sit through the whole meeting. It's a long day. Ms. Wolf, you have any?
I'm good.
All right. I'm gonna move to our citizen comments. Any citizens' comments? I'm sorry, not loud enough. It's a little warm in here. Isn't y'all?
Yes.
It's like really warm in here. Come on up, Rob.
I know.
Mayor, Council, Rock Creek, MD. Just a quick one.
question about something. Before the hurricane, you used to be able to come up here to City Hall, and if you had junk to get rid of, and you could pay, and the city would pick up stuff and take it away. That all went away after the hurricane. Now you have that big truck that comes around, looks like Cyclops, and picks up grass and trees and stuff. Everywhere I've ever lived, and I've lived a bunch of places, moving around with the military, every community does like 3 months or 6 months or whatever. They have a truck coming around, picking up wash machines, couches, tires, whatever. Is there any consideration to do that here? I mean, you've had to take away all your dumpsters pretty much, except the one at the boat ramp, because everybody's throwing crap in them besides household trash. I mean, is that a consideration? I don't know how much you pay for that service you got now. Is that something they could change the contract and add to?
We pay a lot for that service, and I don't have the number.
Is it worth it? I
behind
mean, what you're paying for that?
In my opinion, from what I've looked at the contract, I've looked at what we're paying, I've signed some checks for them, and I just don't see the amount that we're being charged conducive of what I would think is being picked up, that I've seen where the truck comes around and picks up the grass. And they do a good job, because I see the lady out there breaking up the little pieces of stuff, and they do a good job. But I just don't think there's the quantity of limbs and grass and debris of that sort.
Well, have anybody even attempted to look into something else going on? That, somebody else who does that and will pick up household stuff, appliances and stuff like that for the people around here? I mean, you get stuff dumped off. I drive around the neighborhood, and all of a sudden you go down one street and it's like, gee, where did this tire and crap come from the side of the road? Because there's no pickup. Unless you have a pickup truck and you can take it down to Gulf County dump or something, it's going on the side of the road.
I think that's something we probably need to address with this company that we've got the contract with.
I got 38 seconds left. Real second one. It's over 5 years. How long are you going to let blue tarps and plywood be on windows of houses? 5 years. I think the time has come for the city to say enough is enough. And probably the stuff that's left over, I hate to say this because I know it's going to piss somebody off, but probably 80% of what's left over is people who don't live here. They're second homes. And if you can afford a second home here, either sell it or fix the damn thing. Right down here off of C Street, the first street on the left, there's a garage there.
So look at the,
Please do, enough is enough. It's over 5 years.
okay, we can put that on your agenda.
John Harrell, First Street. I've got 2 items I'd like to bring up. Don't know if you can comment on tonight or not. The first one is the lawsuit, and I'm not talking about the mayor's lawsuit. I'm talking about the lawsuit from Jacksonville. I remembered in the previous administration that they were suing us for over $300 and some thousand. The city attorney mentioned talking with each individual councilman that was on that council individually. Haven't heard any more about that lawsuit.
Can I,
Yes, sir, I was going, yes, sir, go ahead.
JEA is the entity. They made an offer, I believe it was of $107,000 to settle the case. This board voted that down, and that's where we're at. And I'd like to keep
You want to keep it that way?
Too late.
We're only a couple of months away from the statute of limitations.
Okay. All right, second one. This council passed a budget. In that budget was a boom truck. I haven't heard any more about it. I've asked Mr. Glenn, said he hadn't heard anything about it, so what's the story on that? Have we even started looking for one since it's in our budget to buy one? We talked about it, the citizens talked about it, the council talked about it, decided we needed it. I believe it was put in the budget. Haven't heard another word about it, so just like to know where we stand on that. And thank you all for your time.
Shirley Miller, 113 6th Street, been here 25 years. I would request that the council doesn't make comments on my time, because some of these are, I would just like to get out. One is the rumor mill has said that y'all were thinking about requiring dogs not to be allowed to be chained on their own property. I had a little dog before the storm. I had a white vinyl fence plus a chain link fence. Now and I'm older now and can't walk him, and the only thing we can do to give little Jack Russell exercises on the chain. So think about that if that rumor ends up being true. The next thing was, you're talking about the contract with the sheriff. Well, I was one of those people who was adamant about keeping our police department. We are going to have an awful lot of people here with all this building. Will the council please, again, consider, even though it might be expensive, putting in a new police department? Our police that we had were so wonderful. Not putting anything against the sheriffs, but I would like that. And this, talking about getting the wood and such off of the buildings, and anybody's got a blue roof still or whatever. A lot of these are because they didn't have insurance. They might live here full-time. I live here full-time. Before the storm and my husband's illness and being robbed, I don't know who, I was a millionaire. Well, I'm on food stamps now. I can't finish the outside of my house. Any volunteers? Come on. So that's another thing. And let's see, this dog chain. Yes, and Connie Reisinger and myself have been gung-ho about picking up the household trash. Until a couple of days ago, I had my old, well, it was new when I had it and the storm ruined it, double-door refrigerator. It sat in my living room for 5 years, and finally I got somebody to haul it off. So it would be wonderful if we went back. It used to be we could pay the city to come pick it up and haul it off. According to, they had, the refrigerator was one thing, and this was something and that one. So thank you. You can make your comments now.
Thank you. Any other citizen comments? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Jean Byrne, 101 Ocean Plantation Circle. I just wanted to know what the status was, excuse me, on the 15th Street Bridge. I understand that was all approved and the money was there, and then nothing, and we got bus stops instead. So I just was wondering what was going on with that, because it's life-threatening. Appreciate it, thank you.
Mary, you want to answer that question?
Well, I actually do have that on my list of things that we need to probably in the future start finding out more information on, and email to you. But yeah, could you please?
On the project update list.
Is it? Okay. Okay, we can handle that at that point then.
Okay.
All right. Any other citizens? Yes, sir.
Larry Henderson, 7th Street. As far as picking up appliances, tires and things like that, one of the ways some of the counties, particularly up in the Atlanta area, do it, once a year, or maybe twice a year, they have a collection point and you get it to them and they get it out of there. So it's not weekly or daily or monthly. That contract, how that gets set up, that's a whole different game. Something I was gonna talk about, and I think it may be on the agenda, would be to moving some of these agenda items, particularly like citizens' comments and such, deeper into the agenda, like maybe right before adjournment.
Yeah,
So we
we
can-
can have that on our agenda.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you. All right, anyone else? Any other citizens' comments? Courtney jumped up and I thought she was a citizen. Okay. We'll close those and we're gonna go to our consent agenda. We have the minutes from the 4th. Yes, ma'am, you got anything?
Before we approve the minutes, and just reading over it, the purpose of that special meeting was an employee disciplinary meeting. And in the minutes, there's a lot of talk about Facebook, just kind of a generic talk about Facebook, but there's no mention of that it was Mexico Beach government's Facebook that was the offensive part of that meeting. And so can we somehow put that in the minutes? Because it's just, it just goes on about Facebook in general. So if we can add that to the minutes, because that was kind of the purpose of that meeting.
There was in this particular set of meetings, on normal cases, when I read the minutes, it's very vague. There's not a lot of action to them. They're just saying, this was brought forward, motioned, how that occurred, and there's a lot of action in these minutes, like, the mayor asked this, or the mayor did this, and like talking about the gavel. What it doesn't say when it says I pushed the gavel, what it doesn't say is that Mr. Wolf said, I don't need it. So, there's, when we do minutes, I think that our minutes need to be consistent. If we're going to do action items, they all need to have action items, like so-and-so stood up, they said this, and all the action that took place with that. It doesn't talk about Mr. Wolf asking Ms. Hamilton direct questions on here. That should have been, if you're going to do a lot of action items, we don't need to skip them. Ms. Hamilton, you said you wanted something added, that it was up here on Facebook.
The specific
was
government.
the governmental's Facebook. I don't see anything I want to add, but I just didn't want to make the comment that I really felt like this was more of an action than I've ever seen in any of our minutes. It was very selective actions too, so.
Julie, y'all do a good job, girl. It's hard for you to write down everything
Yeah.
everybody says, citizens.
It shouldn't.
I know it's a lot on y'all, so you've got my support. Whatever you do,
If you
keep
can
doing
just,
it.
Julie, if you can just make sure, add that if it mentions the Facebook.
You can add that in your motion when you accept the minutes.
Okay.
Accept it with
With the
Ms.
change.
with Ms. Hamilton's
Exactly.
change.
Okay. So, can I get a motion to accept the Tuesday, January 4th, 2024 minutes with the change?
I'll make a motion that we accept the meetings, the minutes from the meeting, what was the date again? January 4th, by adding Mexico Beach government Facebook page information in that minutes.
I'll second it.
Any, all in favor say yea. Any nays? Okay. Minutes have been accepted with the change.
Mayor, before we go on to the next thing, I need to make an announcement. If that's okay?
Yes, sir.
The charter amendment ordinances were advertised, the ordinances dealing first one with the city administrator, number 830. The second one's dealing with the city clerk position and adding to the charter 831. And the runoff election, adding that to the charter 832, were advertised for the second reading and voting on tonight. I just need to announce that that's gonna be continued to our special meeting, which is gonna be on January 31st, 2024 at 1:30 PM Central Time.
I just got that email at 1:30. Is there a reason it was changed to 1:30? I mean, we've got plenty of, I mean, it's not like we don't have advance notice between now and the 31st.
Well, it's, I think,
12 o'clock, and that had to be 10 days from the 12 o'clock. We had it that Friday, so it's got to be, that's why we did it one. I reckon, I don't know, but I
I
know.
think
it's
it
got
was
to be-
also,
Well, I wouldn't
I think
communicate
it was
with
also advertised
Mr.
at
Wolf, I mean,
1:30,
Mr.
that's the
Smith,
problem.
It was what?
It was advertised at 1:30, that's the problem, and now it's too late to advertise
Oh.
it again.
Gotcha.
That's where we're at.
Okay.
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 I was wondering.
We gotta stick with what was advertised. At
Well, I
least
knew
10
it,
days.
the email said something about, like the time frame, and I'm like, you only have to give 24 hours for the special meeting. I said, it can't be the time frame. So
It's
that's
the
the
time
time
frame
frame
with
we're talking about.
advertising.
Gotcha.
Advertising.
That was, okay, that makes that email more clear. Okay,
And that's all I have.
okay, thank you. So we're moving all those
The
ordinances.
second reading and adoption or denial to January 31st, 2024 at 1:30 PM Central Standard Time.
And those aren't on this agenda, right?
They're not,
Okay.
but they were advertised as if they were going to be.
Okay. All right, gotcha, I understand. All right. So we have decided we would move these two items, item 1 under the other business and item 6 under the other business to the first part here, and then we'll go back to our planning and zoning. So the first is the development agreement, Farmdale Phase 2 approval. Mr. Hubbard?
The city council received both the original version of the agreement, which was submitted, as well as an updated version separately, which showed the write-up and markups and changes recommended for paragraph or section 14, dealing with the annexation, just to clarify that. I know there were some questions about that from a couple of elected officials when it was discussed a few months ago, but we're just seeking, direction from the council, adoption or not. But Brent Faison, the developer for that project, is here and able to answer any questions.
All right, so this is Farmdale Phase 2 of Sugar Sands, and this is for agreement for the city to provide them with sewer and water, with them annexing in at a later date. We can't sign this particular contract because the date's wrong. I'm sure that'll get corrected. Also calls us a city commission or city council.
And I received late Thursday afternoon the revised agreement from Mr. Harrison, the developer's attorney. There is paragraph number 4, and speaking with Chris, we'd like to just add some more clarifications that they're paying, that it's not just for sewer tap fees, it's also for the water tap fees and municipal impact fees. And the impact fees aspect of it. And on 14, while I do agree with the
Do
way.
you have page numbers?
I'm sorry, actually I don't have page 5. The first one that I was talking about was page 3, number 4, paragraph 4.
Yeah, with the
We
utility.
need to add,
payments.
in not just the sewer impact fees, but the municipal impact fees and the water fees. And then on page 5, number 14, I agree with the way that he changed it, it clarified it, but I'd like to just, if you follow down at the end of where it's red and it says residential and commercial lots.
Ours is not red, we don't have that.
Oh, you
We
don't?
don't have the same thing.
Oh,
with
okay.
that.
I understand.
I know, do you?
No.
Do you?
It's the one that was
You
emailed,
sent an
right?
email.
I didn't print it.
Oh, I didn't print it out.
Print it out.
It's basically in the last sentence. I'd just like to add it where it says upon certificate, Bay County issuance of the certificate of acceptance for the residential and commercial lots. I'd like to put comma, and before any lots are sold to the public. That, I think, just clarifies it even more, just that one little sentence.
Okay, so,
Item 14, page 5,
and it was number
and then
4.
4.
And that's gonna be on the new thing. Okay. So, I met with them, with Doug, the Doug or Michael one.
It was me, you, and Mel.
Was it Mel?
It was Mel. If that's the meeting that you're thinking
I
about.
had one before that, I believe.
I know me, you, and Mel had one.
I didn't have anything with Mel, he was here like a week.
I know, but
Yeah.
maybe it was just me, you, and Mel, not
It was
with them.
Brent, with me, I think it was,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to confuse.
yeah. I'm almost sure it was Doug or Michael, but I think it might have been Michael, but anyway, and you were there. Where, the meeting that I was at, and I slept since this, sorry, I can't remember exactly, but I know you were there, I was there, his attorney was there. The attorney was there,
All right, I know.
yeah.
I remember Mel being there, because I was in that crazy week in between transition.
Okay, so I know that, what is that, Brent was there, his attorney was there, I think you and I were there, and the city administrator, whomever that was that day.
Fair enough.
Okay, and they presented to us, that they wanted to just annex in the sliver of commercial, and the sliver, then there was a barrier, like red conservation area, and then the sliver for the residential. So that's what I remember about Farmdale, that they wanted to just annex in that. But I've got some questions, so first, I'm gonna go on and open this to the public, and then we'll bring this back to the table for our discussion. But thank you for the update on that, okay? And I'll get that printed out. So open to the public for discussion about Farmdale. This is out here, the second phase, Sugar Sands. Yes, ma'am.
Lisa Logan, Mexico Beach. If we are going to have a citywide development plan, which we are supposed to be starting on, that will be written for development, which will include citizens' ideas on annexations. I think it is useless at this point to consider any annexation, any development orders until we get that plan in place. It makes no sense, because whatever comes in while we're working on the plan doesn't fall under the plan. So consider the time frame. Consider the fact that the citizens are the ones asking to put this plan in place. We have been consistently since the hurricane. And listen to the citizens for a change. The developers do not drive this town. The citizens own and drive this town. So there is no point in putting any carts before any horses. So figure it out.
Thank you. All right, any other citizens in here?
Mayor, Council, Rock Reese, MD. One quick question here, well, several questions, but on the 14, it says annexation requirement. Following Bay County's issuance of the certificate of occupancy for residential lots, what does that mean? Does that mean the house is built and you're okay to live in it? Like, when my house was built
Yes.
here, I had to get that?
Yes.
No,
Well-
at that point, it's just a lot that's gonna be built. All the infrastructure will be there, it'll just be the lot.
So they actually issue a certificate for occupancy?
Be able to sell the lot, I believe.
But have to go through the final plating, but, I mean, that's Bay County, I'm not sure, you know, if they call it a CO for a vacant lot or not, but.
Because the reason I'm asking that is because that could be 10 years down the road before they're all done. So you're giving all these utilities away.
Hang on. Hang on. I'll let you comment, yeah. Go ahead.
You know, you kind of got screwed with phase one because they didn't annex. Gave the water and sewage, I guess, was an agreement way back when. This developer right now for phase two, he's like saying, screw you across the street because whatever's going to be built over there, he will not annex that. He said, I'm not discussing that. But yet he's discussing this over here. So I got a feeling there's more to this than a little hidden agenda somewhere. And everywhere I've been many places and seen these little towns just like this. Everything is great, but everybody wants the more tax base, and it never works out. 5, 10 years, you're coming back later, raising the millage rate to pay for this and this and this. And they're gonna be here one way or the other, and they're gonna use our facilities one way or the other. And everybody go, we'll get their tax base. Let them go. Let everybody go to Bay County. I could care less about Mexico Beach growing any bigger. I don't think you're not gonna make out with anything. And I still am not ever convinced about your water and sewage with all these developments you already have planned and what's going on down there. How can the paper companies say they can't do phase 4 and 5 because the infrastructure isn't here to support them for water and sewage? So how does this go forward? That just makes no sense to me. If you can't build over there because we don't have the infrastructure for it, how are you doing this? And you're going to add everything else to it. Think about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tim Linderman, 105 St. Francis Street. My first question is, since we have this contract, it implies that you've already agreed to annex Farmdale? Is that a yes or no?
No.
Yeah, we have no.
Okay. And then, as I look at this contract, I see everything that's in favor of the developer, what they're asking for, but I don't see any details of the annexation. It talks about Exhibit B in this document, but that's not included in the packet, so I'm not sure what that has in it, but it's referenced in this contract. Another question is, do we know, have we done a study on what this will cost the city in the next 1 to 5 years, or will it add to our revenue? I don't know that it's clear to me that you know that answer. Has the staff looked at this, and specifically our water and sewer? The numbers in the contract are for water for 21,390 gallons per day for 45 residential and 10 commercial. That sounds excessive. I would let Garrett answer that for you, or your actual experts in that. And they're asking for the same quantity for sewer, which is normally about half or a little above half of what your water consumption is. So I'm not sure that you guys have analyzed this to the detail that we need to analyze. I have questions about, I understand that they will be under Bay County's building and zoning until they're annexed. How are we going to deal with that? Has that been thought through? And in that, I know they have the Bay County zoning. Could we not add in our agreement with them to limit the building height, for example? What is the impervious ratio that they're going to be subject to? And as I look at this, is it the same as ours, or is it going to be different? Is that going to have an impact? Are there going to be second and third order effects on our flooding and storm surge for this? So, and the last question I'll ask you is there a suspense from the developer to do this soon? And if there is, I can understand that. Maybe he has, he needs to develop this. He has time schedule and investments. But I don't know if, are we in a hurry to do this? I don't feel looking at this and from the discussion that we have really done the analysis that's needed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lorraine Lindsay, Florida Avenue. The things that concern me about this are the fact that the line that comes through Tyndall, giving us drinking water, is 20 years old. It's nearing the end of its life. And we don't have, I know you're talking about we're going to collect ad valorem taxes, but this agreement specifically says we're not going to get connection fees, which if you build a house in Mexico Beach, you've got to pay a connection fee. And those fees vary between $300 up to $600, $800. So we're not getting any of that infrastructure that is existing out there that is ending, it's nearing the end of its useful life. And so, and when we take this on in annexation, it means we're gonna have it forever, okay? And so, you know, we got a line coming through Tyndall that 20 years old. We've got wastewater going the other direction, which is even bigger problem. And so, you know, and we're not gonna get any connection fees from the developer in this process. So I don't understand why, you know, I agree. We're rushing into something that I wanna know more. I wanna know what are they doing about backflow prevention? You know, who's gonna be doing that kind of stuff? Because it says the contractor's gonna be doing the inspections. Well, what do we know about that? You know, these are details that we need to know before we sign off on this, so that we know that we've got a system, not just that we can get up and going in the next 2 to 3 to 5 years, but what are we gonna do in the next 10, 15, 20 years? That's what's concerning me about this.
Doesn't number 4 address, yes, they are paying tap and impact fees?
It's in,
She was talking about connection.
connection.
They pay all the standard fees.
The same as our residents.
Same as everyone else.
That's what number 4 covers.
And it's the connection fees that they do the connection.
Yeah, and that's something else too, just to clarify earlier, because I know Clint brought up the impact fees, how we want to clarify the verbiage, because it lists one and not the other two. That section of this agreement mirrors the agreement that was signed between the developer and the city for their phase 1 project. But even though it only mentioned one of the impact fees, they still paid all 3 of the impact fees and connection.
This would be,
But we don't have a connection fee for anybody.
I think there may be talking about tap fees. You got the tap fees as well as the impact fees.
It's tap and impact fees, that's number 4,
It
yeah.
doesn't have clear on number
45 and 10.
Yeah, 4 talks, or 8 talks about connections, but we don't have a connection fee.
Tap.
That's it, we do.
We do, that's number 4, it's covered. But number 8, I see,
Yeah, that's what makes
it makes it look, yeah.
confusing, like there's, yes, ma'am.
Shirley Miller, 6th Street. I would like to ask the council to answer why each of you think that we need to rush into deals like this. Why have we, on the side of the contractor, given him so many, I'll call it freebies for lack of a better word? Why aren't we looking out? You're actually being paid pretty good now to look out for my interest and everybody who lives here's interest. Not for some contract, I don't care if it's St. Joe or Timbuktu. You're supposed to be looking out for our interests. We've already annexed something, not annexed, we gave the contractor all of this stuff and we didn't annex them. Are we doing that again? You talk about, oh, he's gonna, you know, ask for annexation further on down. Well, further on down is not in my lingo. And if, you know, I know you're a realtor, who else, are you seeing other types of growth? Do we need to do all these favors for contractors? Or can we start looking out for the people who live here? There's what, approximately 1,400 people who are full-time? Start looking out for us. Yeah, growth's wonderful. They're on Bay County land right now. They can build as high as Bay County says. What's going to prevent that? You know, they're not under Mexico Beach rules. Look out for us, please.
Any other citizen? Yes, sir.
Yeah, again, Larry Henderson, 7th Street. I agree with, and want to expound a little bit on the point that Ms. London made. All these, what we're talking about, ordinance to, you know, amend. We've got on your other business, number 2, you have the visionary workshop. I've been hearing that people have been looking for something like this for years. It's coming in place, apparently it's under contract, it's contracted out, and this is gonna develop the master plan for Mexico Beach, the visionary plan, where we're going with it. So to start doing exceptions, every exception you do is a precedent. Because when you come up with this, and that'll be part of the conversation at the visionary workshop. Well, we want to put that, we think it should, we've already given them a variance up to 7 stories or whatever. And then, so you just kind of throw that out the window because you know as soon as it comes up, that we already got one. So either you're going to develop a visionary workshop and adhere to it within reason, or you're just going to keep doing everything on an ad hoc basis, and you're just going to have another committee over there wasting their time and city money. So anything, all these variances or changes or modifications, if you're going to do the visionary workshop, they're premature and going to just set a precedent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Yes, sir.
Kurt Werfel, Mexico Beach. I'm ignorant about Farmdale, so I'll keep it real short. There is no rush, as everyone has said. I agree 100% with all the comments right now. As far as annexing them, if they won't be part of us, we should be cordial to that, good neighbors, but they're going to answer to our building codes and our zoning. And whatever they've got on their drawing, how they're wringing their hands, how they're going to make money, I can just stop that right now and look at what our building codes are going to be. So, thank you.
Anyone else? All right, if there's no further public comment on Farmdale, we'll move it to the table, closing public comments. Discussion at the table.
Is the developer here?
Yes, he is. Yeah, you want to come up? Then we may have some questions for you, sir. Thank you for being here tonight.
Sure.
All right.
You heard all the members, Mayor, Attorney, thank you for your time. I'm here to answer any questions I can. There's a lot of confusion, and that's what, there is no rush, but this has been ongoing for over 10 months. So everybody that talks about no rush, I don't know what your idea of rush is, but this has been ongoing for 10 months. So I'll answer any questions that you have and go from there.
But maybe you just answer some of the simple ones, like the building code for Mexico Beach, you know, it's 3248.
Well,
You're a PUD, is that not true?
Your tourist commercial currently allows for 48 feet on residential or commercial. To alleviate, when we first started permitting this 8 years ago, we went to Tyndall Air Force Base and we came to Mexico Beach. And the first priority was saying this thing is 48 feet max.
So the simple answer is we are under a PUD that was issued and approved by Bay County, the state of Florida, and Tyndall Air Force Base. It is a 48-foot cap across the board on anything in there.
I think that needs to be clarified.
Yes, yes.
What's our max on
And,
commercial?
48.
and the other item Clint brought up about the annexation issue, I understand why the council wants the annexation all at once versus a CO of individual lots. A CO is different from a CA, and a CO are different. What we are saying is, once the horizontal infrastructure is approved and inspected and approved, we're gonna annex the whole thing in at one time. If we started annexing in lot by lot, you may have a lot owner that comes in there a year down the road and challenges and says, no, we're alleviating the sales contract, we'll have it, you will be annexed into the city of Mexico Beach. That's part of the sales contract.
I'll be devil advocate, you build 45 of these, you get 44 of them sold and built, and one lot sits there for 10 years.
Well, it doesn't, because the one question about, it could go on for 10 years, the sales contract, just like phase one, from the day they close on the lot, they have 2 years to commence and 1 year to finish it. So there's a maximum of 3 years.
So you actually have to sell the lot. If
Correct.
the lot's still yours, we're under the same situation.
Correct.
But it will be in town already because the entire project, before the first lot sells, will be.
Well, I mean,
It has to be,
That's not the way this reads.
that's why I wanted to clarify with that one.
and we sent that proposed, it wasn't Thursday, it was Friday morning, that you were sent that to respond to that paragraph that we sent as a resolution to try and get a mutually agreement.
Yeah, and I wanted to bring it to the council. And let them know.
I just don't wanna get off the 48 feet real quick, because I wanna make sure everybody understands it. I've had 100 conversations about it, okay? 48 feet in Farmdale means you can build a residence at 48 foot.
Commercial residential is capped at 48 feet.
Okay. Not necessarily you're gonna build houses at 48 feet. You may build residential, maybe 32 feet.
Phase
35.
one, we limited the Gulf fronts to 35 feet. We made that, so we appreciate what Mexico Beach has, the height restrictions, and again, 8 years ago, those are the two things that came to here, as well as the Tyndall Air Force Base with our hands out.
I just think it's important to talk about and clarify, because there's people out there that think that you're gonna be building 200-foot buildings out there.
I don't know how to be any clearer. It's approved by the state in the documents, and that's what it is.
What you just said.
Recorded PUD. Correct.
Which is the same as the St. Joe PUD, 48 feet.
Correct.
Did they come in under Bay?
No.
No.
They annexed in 10 years ago.
So, okay, my comment is, with Sugar Sands, you came, they gave you water, or the city gave you, or this is. what
They didn't
you
give
want.
us anything. We paid the impact fees and the
I
tap fees.
understand that, but you came in, got water from Mexico Beach and sewer
Mhm.
with a 25%
Surcharge.
surcharge,
Correct.
and did not annex into the city.
Correct.
Okay, and so now you have your, Farmdale, and it's, our phase, Sugar Sands phase 2, however you want to. Okay, so my understanding of why, if you went to Bay County, why did you do a PUD at Bay County wanting to annex and get water and sewer from us? Why didn't you just come and annex in with Mexico Beach, and then water and sewer would be a natural situation?
The PUD was done before it was done years ago, before what you're calling phase one ever happened.
Okay.
So the PUD is in perpetuity with the property, as it is now. So when we came to get sewer and water, there was not a requirement to annex in. So we did our development agreement as of record, and that's how that one happened.
Okay, so let me ask you this. If at any point the council did not agree to give sewer and water,
Are we talking about phase one or now?
now, for
Oh.
this phase?
Uh-huh.
Okay. where would that leave you with your development?
I don't know. Have to look at options. Bay County's not wanting to be in the retail water business, so that's where the question earlier, where they're getting capacity is coming from Bay County to service St. Joe Rice. They free up the capacity.
So without sewer and water provided to your development by Mexico Beach, your
I
development
can let it
cannot
sit
move
there
forward.
for as long as needed to come back and get it done. So there's no debt.
So basically, without the sewer and water from Mexico Beach, your property just sits. We don't want your property to just sit, right?
I mean, if the city would like $350,000 or $400,000 of ad valorem taxes added to their budget within 24 months, recurring every year, then I guess you don't, but I
I
mean,
haven't seen that it would be within 24 months.
well, there was an estimate done at the meeting several months ago because of the 4,200 foot line that was requested. And we showed a breakdown on overly conservative estimates just on the 44 units and the payoff time that would occur. That doesn't count the little commercial slivers. So if you look at that on a very conservative basis, it would add around 350 to 400,000.
Do we have those figures? Have y'all seen those figures?
Well, I did my own. I mean, I just put, if there were 45 lots, if you had $300 value on just land, at 6% is about 80,000 a year. On 45 lots, and you put the houses at $1 million, they're probably worth a lot.
We did them at 700, the house.
I did them at $1 million, and that's, at that 6%, it's about 260,000.
But that doesn't include the commercial portion of it also.
Correct.
So you add that, and that's where conservatively it's, we're on the same page.
Plus the revenue for the water and sewer.
Right.
Which will offset the expense of the water, so. Looking at this contract, under number 8, I think what Ms. Lindsay was talking about, and kind of like what I've read, specifically the last sentence, can we remove it or change the word connections to meters? Because that is confusing and looks like they're paying us nothing if they put in their own meter.
Sure.
Just either take that last sentence out or change the word connections, which appears twice, to meters.
Yeah.
Because I see the intent is that they put their own meter in, they don't want to buy a meter from the city, but when you say connections, it sounds like no impact fee, no nothing.
Right.
Right.
Sure.
And we do have to be clear
Is this
that,
something you email back to me and we to go over this item?
Sure. Depending on what they tell me they want to do.
That's one.
And the other 3, well, we didn't have a copy of what he's got now, so
yeah,
we'll make sure that's
we'll
in the.
get that and read that for
Yeah.
sure.
The red line you got there, we don't have. And then the,
I got it. Well,
He
I
put it
just-
in his-
really good.
I wouldn't like a print one.
There's one right here. Are you done?
you want
You
to,
done with it?
and you.
No, I got one.
No, I read it, I just didn't print it.
I had a question, Brett, just on that, and maybe, I looked everywhere I could to try to find on the developer's demand for water and sewer. Just 21,390 gallons per day.
Yes, sir.
Did you guys increase that? I thought it was about half of that.
I don't believe so. My engineer, Buchanan and Harper, Mike Harper, I guess he's come up with these numbers that are consistent with the Mexico Beach usage rates.
Has he communicated with any of our guys, like our water guys or anything?
I know he has in the past, yes.
We're thinking this number's probably double what it should be.
But that includes the 44 residential plus the commercial. I'm guessing that's both, yes.
It is.
Yeah, so you're talking 72,000 square feet of commercial in addition to the 44 that is encompassing.
So if we're looking at this as double, as about 11,000 gallons or maybe 12,000 gallons, you're saying the remainder is all commercial?
Yes, sir, it would be attributed to the commercial sliver.
Another 10,000 gallons?
Yes, sir.
Is water, I'm sorry, is there something
No,
else?
go ahead.
If,
Some of those same questions.
water is, equal to sewer, normal?
What's what was the number?
54?
51.
50, that's half. So this number would be the same thing then? You're basing on the commercial?
It's a combination of that, yes, sir. I would tell you, it's coming from standard usage rates based on the number of toilets, showers, commercial, residential, in a standard unit. And I mean, our engineers have tried to speak in the past with engineers down here to concur on this, and there hasn't been much communication. If need be, then I can have them call you tomorrow.
There's your guy right there.
I'm
You guys might just go over it, because it's kind of weird, 45 houses than the commercial, and it's equal to each other.
Again, I think it's based on the number of toilets and showers in a standard, commercial unit versus a residential.
There's under, you might answer this, under 3.04, it says that everything will be free and clear of liens except those reflected on the recorded plat, if any.
2.04?
Like 3 sentences up from the bottom or so. Like 3 lines. It says it in 2 places. It talks about that the developer to be verified by developer to be free and clear of liens. It says of any form except, and it's in both places on the next line too about the utility facility except, and what's on the plan. So how, when you use an except in there, it doesn't give you a clear picture of what could be the exception.
When you have a, well, maybe Brent could, what liens would be on the recorded plat?
You've had this since November. I mean, you can talk to William and he can clarify it real easily, but you've had it since November. So, yeah, I've got it where it was sent to. So that's why I've called you every day since Friday, since Saturday, to try and do this. So, there's so much confusion where these meetings are held, and it just creates more confusion, and we've been going around and around for 10 months, so.
Okay, so, we need to find something out about that, because I wouldn't be comfortable signing something that it doesn't tell us what these exceptions might be, or if there's any, or taking the out.
Except reflected on the plat, what would that be on the transfer side?
And also, when you and I had talked with, in that meeting that I attended with you, we talked about annexing in not just the 2 slivers you're talking about, but also the,
The north side.
the north side as well as the conservation area.
Conservation area.
And you said there was a conservation area or resident?
No, you were concerned that there was a gap that would not allow you to annex the north side in the future, which there's not. And basically all I said is, I haven't even looked at the north side other than wetlands. There's no intention of development over there, so there's no, I fully intend when we get a plan, whether that's 2 years or 5 years, that we'll be right back here doing the annexation.
Let me ask you this, do you have a PUD on that land?
Yes.
Already in Bay County?
The PUD on like 500 and some odd acres.
227 acres.
227?
Both sides of the road. So I fully expect to come right back and annex in if that's the choice of the council when we do it, but at this point, I have no idea what that property's gonna become, so.
So this little map, here's the commercial, here's your residential, here's the conservation land that we
Look at
got.
that.
It was in the packet. Yeah, it's that, it's just not in color. It was in the packet.
And your question?
Well, when we talked about, the whole thing being annexed in.
Well, the conservation land it's of no use, it's of no value. There's not gonna be any value
Do
to
you pay
anybody.
taxes on that land, sir?
Excuse me?
Do you pay taxes on that land?
Not on that portion. Not of any, I mean, it's part of a bigger portion, there's no value attributed to the conservation area.
Has conservation areas ever been developed?
No, if it's in the PUD, it's a conservation area.
So that's something that would not be developed?
No.
I've heard
I'm
they
not gonna
can.
say it can't be done.
I've heard they can.
But it is very, very, very,
Development.
very.
Yeah. Okay. So, just want to make it clear that Mexico Beach, just so people, the decisions understand, the utility facilities or system that Mexico Beach will be responsible for are any well, portable water wells, pump sites, distribution main, hydrants, services, meters, connection lines, lift stations, force mains, and related apparatus and equipment. So we're gonna have, they have a, my understanding, you have a chlorinating system, correct? That the water will have to be chlorinated at arrival on your property, and that's gonna be the city that will have to maintain that.
Just like it is out there right now. We paid, installed it, and the city agreed to service it.
Do-
After 1 year.
Right inside the
Do
book.
we know what that actually cost us to service and keep?
It's not much. The last few times I've talked to Mr. Glenn about it, the rechlorinator's not even having to use any chlorine because what we receive from Bay County has enough residual that it meets state requirements.
It does. Does-
I mean, we also have hydrochlorinator and it feeds liquid bleach to sugar sand, so. And I think the liquid bleach is around maybe $200 for a 64 gallon. I'm talking
About how long does that last?
Being that, like Mr. Chris said, being that it's already fed from Bay County, we barely have to turn it on, so.
Okay. Has there been any maintenance on that system that we have to provide?
No.
Has it ever went down or any
Well,
repairs?
lightning
or-
storm.
Okay.
That was the only time we had a lightning storm, maybe a couple years ago, but that was it.
I know with lift stations, there's
Yes,
often
ma'am.
a lot of issues and expenses, so. Okay. All right. Do you want to see that, Ms. Haley? So as the contract is written, I'm not comfortable with it. I think there's a lot of and then we do have the fact that the citizens have voiced their concerns with us doing our upcoming vision plan and this meeting our vision for the future. I think that's a great concern as well. Anybody else have any discussion, Carries?
On
Yes.
page 4, item number 10, about notices of messaging, I would like the mayor to be added to that as well, which is the City of Mexico Beach and Brent. So I think we should add mayor to that as well.
Where's that? I'm sorry, again.
It's page 4.
Notices.
Return notices.
Oh, goes into the,
It says
okay.
city administrator. Attention city administrator.
Okay, I'll go right here, it's just, City of Mexico Beach is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But I think we should add mayor on that.
The one other item, somebody asked about all the exhibits, those were provided on November the 4th, I believe, in an email. Every one of those exhibits have been provided.
We have them.
They're attached, they're just not in behind the tabs.
Right,
They're-
you had to move them behind your tab, yeah. And you started off with this, Mr. Wolf, and I just want to clarify, make sure I have clear understanding of it. On page 5, when we talk about the annexation, when it says that it's certificate of occupancy, COOs are usually when somebody builds a house and you finally finish that house and you can get into the house, and that when you occupy that house. Is this,
It says certificate of acceptance.
Yes.
That's a
Not
commercial.
certificate of occupancy.
yeah, that's of the residential. It says COO. or,
The COs,
certificate.
the COs for the residential, the CAs for the commercial.
Right. And the
I mean, are you
certificate of
building the
occupancy.
houses first? I mean, you're selling lots,
We can
right?
build some houses. But I believe the change is noted to take care of that, to where it's upon certificate of acceptance, which is acceptance of all the horizontal infrastructure before anything vertical can go. So upon acceptance of a CA, then we annex in before anything can be built.
And that's why I wanted to add that before any lots are sold to the public.
Because we get absolutely no tax revenue from it until we're actually annexed in.
Correct.
And if they were doing it by individual lot, or individual homes or lots, that would
We
not,
can't do that.
that would not work. And that's the way this read.
We've been talking
to me.
about this since I met with you in that meeting. We talked about this exact thing, and that's why we're gonna broadly annex it versus 1-2s.
Is there anything we can't agree on tonight? I mean, that you wanna make some changes, we can just put it in the motion, change it, or write it up, and let's go ahead. I mean, the man, to me, has done everything that Ken wants.
I would think with this type of contract, I wouldn't feel comfortable approving it until we have a better.
Well,
clear
but you say that, but what is it, we've been going in a circle for months. If it's section 14, your council can talk with my council tomorrow. If it's section 4 on the utilities, my engineer, I didn't get your name, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir, Gary.
Garrett, tomorrow. And, I mean, if this thing is a motion and contingent upon those items, fine, just set a barrier instead of just continuing to install.
That's what I think that's what we need. To me, I think that's what we need to do.
I feel, and this is me, I feel that we need to listen to our citizens, and we need to let Laura come and do her thing, and then we need to come back and talk about if this is gonna be our, vision.
Can we tell this developer that that's gonna be 5-6 months away? Because I think that things could change in this life if that's the case. I mean, we have all these meetings and everything, it may take that long.
Well, we have to
Ms.
be
Mayor,
doing
your
this by
citizens' concerns,
4 months,
I've spoken upon every single one of those. And I'm glad to speak back upon them. If you want to raise any, I'm glad to, but we've discussed them multiple times.
Clint, do you have the changes? I mean, you know, I mean.
I have what I've been told so far.
I think it's page 1, shoot the date from.
We had to change it to January of '24 because it was initially back in June of 20. Yeah, that's, the red line is mainly date, so that last.
Whatever, what you
In
got.
paragraph before, we're gonna add
Give me a
sewer.
page number now.
Page number 3, paragraph number 4. I was told we were gonna add sewer and municipal impact fees to that, just not the water impact fee. We were gonna change number 8 to meter as opposed to connection. And 14, annexation, I suggested that we add before any lots are sold to the public.
I'd like to make a motion for them changes. Do we have to list them all, Clint?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Page number and paragraph?
Is it section 4 and section 14?
On page 1, you got the date, that's
Yes.
just one, okay.
And also the mayor had a question about 3.04 of those meetings.
I think you got it set with the
Yeah. About the plant.
plat on the EI.
We can resolve that quickly. I'm guessing if there's a mortgage or on the property, then they're gonna be listed as a lien holder on that recorded plat, but we can address that.
That,
On page 3, paragraph 4. Clint?
Yes. It says sewer system tap fees. We're gonna make sure that it's not, it's definitive that we're gonna add the water and municipal impact fees to that as well.
Water and sewer fees.
It says sewer. We are going to stick in water and municipal impact fees.
I can't even say that.
What section, I'm sorry?
That's page number 3, paragraph 4.
Is there a section?
Section 4, page 3, paragraph 4.
That was on, what, Clint, what you said?
It was on page 3, paragraph 4.
Just want to change it to water and municipal, that's what you said?
We're going to add water and municipal impact fees to that language.
I'm trying to write it down as a go.
okay.
And I think Mr. Wolf had, just the gallons.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and also y'all have to remember the way this actually reads, it says daily average demand of the 21,390 gallons per day. It's saying that we are gonna guarantee this, so this is gonna be theirs. If we put a development in and we don't have the capacity, we can't take it away. We have to provide,
We're reserving your capacity and
Yeah.
paying for it.
have to absolutely provide that amount.
Yes.
It's already there.
We don't know if we have it.
Yes, you do.
Well, today we do, maybe.
Yeah, we got it. We
Or
got
we
it.
might not. I mean,
When did the
in the
review
future.
go out?
So,
Clint, what else, what other page was it?
I don't know if I like to guarantee of that many gallons, that it's almost twice as much they need.
It was page number 2,
I got that, we
the
only,
gallon, page number 3,
yes, got it.
4, and then also 3.04 to the liens. Explain that. Number 8, we want to change the word connections to meter.
Give me Clint.
Number,
I feel
page
like this is
4,
so much.
paragraph
Put
8.
in Motion.
I can have it, everybody problems addressed in 48 hours if the staff's willing to work with it.
And I know 14, just adding one sentence, and before any lots are sold in public.
And I think Ms. Hamilton wanted to change it to the mayor to be contacted under page 5.
Correct.
Top of 5.
Okay, so I will open for a motion of approval or denial.
Adrian, you got it down.
I'll make a motion that we deny this development agreement.
Do I have a second for denial of development agreement for Farmdale Phase 2? No, second? Motion fails.
I'm gonna try to get through this. Kind of wrote down, but it ain't too quick. I'll make a motion to, from Village River Sugar Sand, Farm Day with the changes. Oh, hold on, Julie, when I get to it. On page 1 is the date. Page 3 is the water and municipal impact fees. Got that? Municipal by clerk. I went to Dover.
95.5, seniors plays in color.
Come on in. What page was next on, Clint?
We do page 3.
It's 3.
Page 4, 8, change the word connections in that paragraph, number 8, to meter.
Meter. Got that, Judy?
Report better sleep at night.
On page 5, change the notice requirement from the city administrator to mayor.
We're gonna just add the mayor, right?
It's your motion.
Well, what, you need to know about this? On the water? Oh.
It was to add. It was to add, in addition to.
In addition to.
Okay. And I'm crazy about it, I reckon.
And then paragraph 14, add in the phrase, and before any lots are sold to the public.
On the bottom.
On the bottom. Paragraph 14.
Yeah. You got it, Judy? I don't know what that is, I just got it and read it right there. You got it, I think Ms. Hampton got a copy of it.
And
we need one piece of paper.
And are you guys, are we gonna review the amount of gallons? I don't know.
Yeah, I can have the engineer get with Garrett tomorrow, if that's, and then just confirm where that's coming from.
Can we just have this brought back to us?
Table it?
Table it, and bring it back to us at a later date? Yeah. I mean, even the next meeting.
I got a
With
motion on the
corrections.
table. I got a motion on the table.
Can you repeat that motion?
I hope you don't ask that. See, Judy. And that was the changes. So that's all you want to do. Rich, what else you want? Did you want to change?
Do we have a second for Mr. Smith's motion? No second, motion fails. Do we have a motion to table?
Make a motion that we table.
Do I have a second?
Am I gonna get direction?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, before we go there, and I say, we're not second, only because I think we need
Could we
to
do
just
it?
resolve some things here first, so we
I
can send this
think we
guy
can.
away with a plan.
No, I'd like a motion that we table it so that we can further study this developmental agreement. I think it's very complex, very controversial. We know how the citizens feel about it. There's more work that needs to be done here.
And he's gonna make the video.
Can we give them the time?
Excuse me?
I do know that Laura said we have had that visionary statement done within 4 months, so.
What was it?
I don't think the visionary meeting is gonna resolve the issue with this at all.
It is an issue with our citizens. That's right.
Yeah, do you read the scope on the visionary? It doesn't cover that.
Not the first part. It
I read the whole scope. It does not cover that. That's not what that is for.
I think you should give him a timeline.
So do I.
He deserves that.
Is that a legal opinion or a personal opinion, Clint?
It's a courtesy opinion since y'all been sitting around for 10 months. And some of them-
Courtesy?
Yeah.
You think so? So where does that come in for you? I'm
Look,
talking to
you
you.
just, look, the past 10 months, the deterioration in the community
Point of
because of
order,
this stuff.
please.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Thank
just
you.
terrible.
Okay.
It's a confusing, bad reflection of what's
Sir.
going on here.
Sir, I'm sorry, but I have to call point of order meeting. We need to come back to the table, and we don't need any other comments Okay, if we have a question for you, we will be glad to ask that and get clarification.
I make a suggestion that we add this to the 31st meeting, maybe table it till the 31st and add it to the 31st.
Is there some other resources we could also tap into that can help us in addition to the knowledge that we have? Some independent engineering companies, or what other resources? Because none of us really are educated in that field. I mean, none of us really are. So who else professionally can we tap into to help us? This is a very important document. It's very controversial. Who else can we tap into?
As far as the writing of the
engineering,
document?
and just the whole thing is very complex,
As far as the writing of the document?
and the understanding of it. I think there's some loopholes, and there's too much play in this document. Too much that this city can be taken advantage of.
Here's my take. I met with them. I recommended that they help themselves and the city, give the city something in return. I mean, I think it's fair. Mr. Glenn had told me that there's a 4,200 foot section of pipe that needs to be put in that would help service this as well as the 120 acres on the other side of the street, that it falls short. And I don't have a clear picture of that. I was going to talk to Mr. Glenn, he's not here. Also, when I talked to him, I said, if you want annex in, why don't we get all of it? The whole north side of the 120 acres he has with this annexation, including this conservation. I think that's fair to the city of Mexico Beach. I think it's fair to the citizens that we get something. I don't see, I personally read every piece of it, word by word and outline. I don't see anything that's fair to us. They need water, they need sewer, because Bay County says they have to get it from us. What are they giving us? That's my question. I'm asking that as a
Do you
citizen.
not understand that municipalities
Excuse me,
use
sir.
impact fees to pay for these? That's how those things are paid for.
And no one's given this council, to my knowledge, the number.
We've already discussed it. We discussed it in a meeting months ago. We discussed it tonight. I mean, that's how municipalities take the revenue from impact fees, tap fees, and ad valorem to pay for those things. I mean, if you think we're gonna pay for 4,200 up front, no way. I don't even know if it's legal.
But we're
When
gonna
you say you're
take
getting
the
nothing, you're
risk.
offering.
We're gonna take the risk of having for years and years and years down the road, taking care of equipment that is, you know, chlorinators.
That's what the revenue
Yeah.
from providing the service does.
But I don't know what that revenue is. I mean, does that
Well,
revenue?
you've been asking that for 9 or 10 months, and we've been through it twice.
So, but I still, bottom line, I don't see a benefit of our city rushing into this particular contract.
That's obvious.
Yes, it is.
It's as if we're trying to be bullied to do it.
Yeah.
And that's, I mean, that's just the way I feel, and I'm just gonna be upfront. I think there's a lot of things in here that need to be reworded, relooked at, and rediscussed with the whole council, not just with me.
When do we want to do that?
So did we agree to table this discussion? Did we
I
get
don't know,
that?
I'm just trying to get to where everybody has some input, and I understand that completely. I do.
That's just my
understand.
opinion, that's
I-
just
Okay,
what I'm reading.
so I got that. But we're not making a list, I mean, these 4 things that we said, that's productive. But from there, we're not being productive, not making a list of what we want done. I understand, if we have to hire a professional to read our contracts, let's hire one. Let's tell them when we're gonna hire them, when we're gonna do it.
I would make a motion to table to the first meeting in February to give Clint time to incorporate the changes we discussed today and give me time to run numbers and come back that date and tell you exactly what monthly income this will generate or not. That would be my motion.
Is that all we need?
I don't think so. I think we need to consult with more professional people.
Who is your city engineer?
Don't have one yet.
Well,
Give
I'm
us
not
time.
talking to you,
I'm
I'm
asking
talking to a
the
city council
council, okay?
member.
I'm asking.
Sir, could you please not interrupt our discussion? I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to ask you to step out if you're gonna continue to interrupt our
You know,
discussion.
we have a lot on this agenda tonight, and I think it's been discussed extensively, and perhaps it's time to, you know, call it on this particular item.
I think we need a number, I do. I mean, it doesn't necessarily, it needs to be somebody. but-
What
Does somebody want to second
valuations
the
will
motion? I'm
be
sorry.
used, and what valuations
Sir,
will
can
be
you
used?
step out, please?
No, I wanna know this question, and I'll step
Sir,
out.
can you step out,
But
please?
this is
Happy to
part
support
of,
Marty, thank you, sir.
Yep.
I appreciate it. I'm sure I'll talk to you later, Chris, so, let's go on and, I'm
Next
sorry,
item.
excuse me. Mr. Willie, you have a motion on the table, sir. Do we have, and could you repeat?
To table to the first meeting in February to allow Mr. McHale time to incorporate the changes discussed today, and myself time to run the impact fee numbers, utility numbers, and ad valorem, and bring them back at that meeting.
Do we want to lock into that, or can we just table it?
You just made a motion.
Okay, just make a motion, I need a second, or no second.
We don't have a conversation, I don't know what I'm saying.
We just need a second. Anybody want to second the motion for this to be the first, come back to the first meeting in February with some numbers Mr. Willie's willing to come up with, and we might want to,
I'd like to see it satisfy Mrs. Hamilton's request of this professional, so we can have that answered, whoever that is bringing in an engineer or whatever we want for that meeting, so we can get this resolved. So if we could add
I
that
just
to
need a
it, I'd
second.
that.
or
If
not
we
second.
add that in addition to,
Right.
Excuse me, guys. Can
not
we bring it-
exclusively.
Excuse me, I need to bring this back to the table. We have a motion on the table. Do I have a second? Okay, no second, motion dies.
Can we make a motion with?
Anybody can make a motion,
You
sir.
don't We must have tried.
Chris, we ain't go, this ain't gonna be, thank you.
Mr. Wolf, it's Mr. Wolf, come on the floor, give us a
We need
talking.
to do something.
We need to follow the rules and rules and let whoever has the
Table
floor
to the
talk.
first meeting in February and get the stuff incorporated and get some numbers.
I'll make a motion that we table it to the first meeting of February. We'll get the numbers put together from people at this table as far as the fees and things like that. We'll also consult with an engineering group that can assist us. And I guess a professional, probably a lawyer or something along that line. so
I
we
can handle the contract.
Okay.
I mean, the contract.
Then I'll have Clint
In
read
addition,
the contract. Along with an engineer.
I'll second it. Okay, look at that.
So you have to get an engineer.
Julie, can you call the roll, please?
one more time on that, can you, let's get,
Okay, sorry, she needs a clarification.
I need the
before we go.
whole,
For people. Okay.
whole suggestion to tabling it, everything you just said one more time, so we're clear on that.
I make a motion that we get and table this for the first meeting in February. We'll go ahead and have the people at the table put the numbers together for the fees. We need somebody professional to read the contract. Clint is our lawyer. Is that?
And the engineering firm.
And in addition to, yeah.
Yes.
And any other concerns that we will have at that time.
Okay,
Okay?
good. Second?
I'll second it.
We got a second. Farmville, phase two, Sugarland, phase two, Farmville, development agreement is being tabled. We got the first and the second motion table, come back in the first week of the first meeting in February with fees calculated, contract in order by Mr. McCahill and an engineering consult.
And in addition of information.
And any additional information in these sources. Can you call the roll, please?
You bet. Mr. Welly?
Yes.
Mr. Wolf?
Yes.
Mayor Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mrs. Hamilton?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank y'all for the conversation. And,
Where we at?
okay, so now I'm going to number 6, discussion of, regarding the increase in the boat ramp fees. Mr. Hubbard.
Mayor and Council, this was an issue that was brought up at our last meeting. The council directed staff to add it to the agenda. As well, I remember Mr. Wright got up and discussed increasing the rates, as well as beginning to charge boat ramp fees on property owners here in Mexico Beach. So it's up for the council's consideration.
Thank you. Open to the public discussion.
Mayor, Council, Rob Cruz, MD. Chris, on your figures that you put out there, you know, you guys need to understand something. We're the only people that I know of in Florida that has a dredge for a damn canal. You look at Port St. Joe, they're charging $20 to launch a ramp, $100 for yearly permit if you're not a resident. They don't have an expense. What do? Put cleats on the dock and some rubber bumpers, that's it. They don't have a dredge, they don't have everybody doing this. You guys have a freezer down there, you have a fish cleaning station, you got the city workers going down there, you're maintaining all that. You're doing everything, you're down there every day, emptying trash, cleaning up, doing everything else. You got the dredge out here, and your dredge. Thankfully, FEMA came up with $1 million to buy you another one. Otherwise, you'd be screwed. There's no money put away for that. You don't have a bank account sitting there to pay for that dredge. And it was about wore out anyway. You had to put a motor in it just 6 months ago to keep it going. This is ridiculous. I mean, you could start out somewhere. I'm a resident here. What's $50 even for a resident, 50? The non-resident fee is insane of $100. That's just crazy. That's 5 launches. And like 2 of the boat captains said, everybody's coming in here because it's saving them a big trip out here to go fishing. They're saving hundreds of dollars every time they come here just to do that. They should be at least $200, if not $300. And if they don't want to pay a $300 fee to get a damn permit, let them pay the $20 every day if they want to come down here with a boat. You need to look at the revenue. That's ridiculous. $300-something thousand, and you're making 120 something, and you got a whole bunch of repairs that have to be done at that marina, at the boat ramp. All your walls have the holes in them. Everybody power loads these $500,000 boats up there with 3 and 4 motors. It's just blowing everything away out there, and that's why it's falling apart. And it's not going to stop. It's just going to keep costing and costing and costing. You know, Sandy, the harbor master, he's getting money with your boat slips and everything else, but you can't depend on that as a constant fee just like everything else. But I mean, when you look at how many permits are being issued, and you got a majority of them going to people that don't live here because it's a joke, $100. You need to change this. You need to try to break even on the money you're spending down there. You got a whole bunch of expenses. I mean, when you add it up, Chris laid it out, but I mean, you're not even looking at everything. You got the like I said, the freezer, the fish cleaning stations, everything else down there. It's a ton of money. You got 2 guys that are down there just about every day when the wind blows doing dredging out here. So it needs to go up, one way or the other. I mean, you could start out with $50 for the residents and $200 for, and see how that brings in, and maybe raise it to $300 for non-residents. Like I said, we're the only people that are spending that money on a dredge to keep the canal open. Nobody else does this. And we're paying the tax money. I mean, you don't even have enough. You talk about the Farm Bill thing. You're going to have to buy another garbage truck and everything else. Where's this money coming from? You don't have a bank account somewhere. Nobody's putting money away for the next dredge 10, 15 years from now. It's just like this last one. Like I said, if it wasn't for FEMA's $1 million, what would you do right now? Thank you.
Tim Linderman, 105 St. Francis. So first off, let me state that I'm a boat owner. I use that ramp pretty much most of the year when I'm boating.
See, no, I'm just kidding.
And I'm not opposed to paying my fair fee, because I don't know that it's fair that I use something that, say, half the community doesn't use and they pay for it. However, I think it's a little more complicated than that, because maybe I don't use the beach and people who don't use the boat ramp use the beach. But I'm still not opposed to a fee for a resident. But what I don't see, and this applies for so many things at this council, I don't see the numbers, I don't see the analysis. You guys are making decisions on stuff kind of like on hearsay or what you think. Where are the numbers? What does it cost for us to maintain that boat ramp, the dredge? How is that cost used or spent, with grants that we get and other things? What is the true cost of that? I don't see that, and I'm frankly embarrassed at what just happened and the sausage making that goes on at this table. You have a city administrator, you have some expertise, you have Laura. You should be using our staff, you should give them guidance and use them to come up with this information. And again, I'm happy to pay the $50 or whatever. Thank you.
Any additional citizens, public discussion, excuse me. Okay, closing public discussion, move to the table. So I'm assuming that in the red is what we don't do, Chris?
I appreciate Rock, and Rock gave me the credit for the work that the fire chief / harbor master did, so I'll let Chief.
Okay, what's in the red is that we're not collecting $100.
That's correct.
You got lost here, which I'm assuming that meant lost too, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so this bottom line number here, $157,448 is what we could get, it's not what we are getting, correct?
Well, basically, so it's kind of the way Rock is trying to discuss all of this, it makes life a little bit complicated. Right, first off, the slips were never involved in the actual boat ramp itself. The boat ramp, as we're all aware, is basically built for us by the St. Joe Company. They still own the ground. They are still, in theory, also held accountable for major repairs that need to be done. We are, in theory, thanks to a grant, getting another slip put in. None of the repairs are going to get done until the new slip goes in, and we have now 4 or 5 slip widths to be dealt to launch boats in, and then a lot of those repairs won't even be needed because that damage is being removed and putting in those slips. So we're kind of picking the cherries off the tree that we want to eat because they suit our agenda. Agenda is the wrong word, but they suit our narrative, so to speak, right? Okay, but it's not really telling the whole truth, right? The long and the short of it is we put the price up in 2022. We doubled it from $10 to $20 and from $50 to $100, right? Okay. In those days, we talked about a cash cow, right? We don't want to kill the cash cow. We don't want to stop people from coming here. So a simple number is this, right? Okay. We had 2,733 boat launches in 2022, right? Okay. It fell to 2341 in 23. Okay. So there's a number of reasons for it. Other boat ramps opened up. Obviously our prices went up. Some people obviously are price conscious, right? But then what the other difference that was made, which is a positive in this way, was 133 permits were sold at $100 in 22, and 205 were sold in 23. So we made more money out of permits, significantly more money out of $100 permits in 23. Right? Because we also made it a lot easier to obtain those permits when we were getting them from the kiosk. I think we have only just started learning exactly what we're going to get from our boat ramp, right? If we double our prices, are we going to have the number of people that come and therefore end up with the same amount of money? And are we just going to basically, we're not going to grow either way? It's a really difficult thing to grasp. And I think where we are right now, the fact that we've already started the year, people have already started buying their permits, are we gonna go back to those people and charge those people more money and so on and so forth, right? This is something I believe in. I haven't even discussed this with Chris. This is me saying it right here and now. If we want to change something, we needed to have changed it in October or November before January. We are here in January, the year has started. I'm sorry, but we've missed the boat, right? Pardon the pun, but we kind of have. We also don't know exactly where we're going with the new boat ramp and so on and so forth, right? Okay? I think there are people in Mexico Beach who feel they pay enough taxes and extra costs and so on and so forth. Some people say they don't mind, but there are those that don't have boats that may not be able to afford it and don't want to have to do it, right? I would be for looking into this for the following year. Give us 2 years of numbers behind us. We can give him all the information. He can come and he can look at my spreadsheet. It's literally pages and pages long with all of this on it, right? But 1 year does not, unfortunately, show me what I need to know. All the numbers in the world don't show us. That's my humble opinion.
If you don't mind sticking around with us.
Yeah,
for
yeah, sure.
discussion, and since we're finished with discussion, you can go.
Once you give an Irishman the table, you're kind of stuck.
Okay, so at the table, any questions, recommendations?
And I don't even know if my comments agree with Chris. We didn't actually, discuss whether we would or we wouldn't, so.
I did speak with Mitch Coleman, who is with the Mexico Beach Artificial Reef Association, which I think he's a good resource person to determine how many people come and go there. His recommendation was to go up to 200 for the annual, to go from 20 to 25 a day for the day fee, and to continue to keep it free to the citizens and the city employees. So that would increase the revenue. I was not aware of your thought about, we've already missed that deadline, but it would be a shame to miss that amount of income as well.
Putting up the daily launch is possible. That's a simple thing to the programmers of the little yellow box that we stick our credit cards into. That's an easy fix. That can be done. The permits is a little bit more complicated only because we already have people who bought them for the year ahead. But we could go up to $25, or we could go up to $30 because that's we can change that on tomorrow morning. A quick phone call, Judy can have that changed. That's a possibility for sure.
So what's the possibility of going up to the 200 for future permits starting February 1st?
I mean, I'm just asking the question, is it fair to charge somebody $200 today that they could have paid $100 for yesterday? Or are we going to get a lot of cheesed off people coming up and asking for their, I don't know, that's...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, Julie was asking how many have been sold. I'm the one that keeps it.
Okay. And
35 have been sold.
35 this year.
Well, or given out, necessarily not sold.
One question, does the boat ramp pay for itself? Maintenance?
Okay, yes, the everyday running of it, we talked with, Mr. Davis, Public Works Director. Obviously he's in charge of Parks and Recs. We worked out that about $22,000 is what it costs to have somebody maintain that place throughout the year. Obviously some days they're there for longer than others, but we worked it out on an average per day over the years. Give or take $22,000 is what it takes to have somebody there to maintain the place and keep it looking pretty and so on and so forth. Have the fish cooler cleared out and so on and so forth during the busy times. This time of the year, obviously, they're not there that week.
And we made how much last year? 64?
We made $64,580 out of permit sales and as in yearly permits and daily permits.
We made 40,000, made a little over 40,000 guesstimation.
Between $40,000 and $44,000 out of it last year.
And so it pays for itself with what we got now.
Yes,
but then 20 and 100, we just went up.
Yeah. I mean, it went up. So we made $40,630 between boat launch permits and yearly permits in 2022, and $64,580 in 2023. and we've taken the boat slip side of it completely. I haven't even put that into it, because that's another ballgame altogether. This is just purely the boat ramp and the boat ramp.
Most during snap season, we rent all the boats slip, 90-something%.
Yeah, I mean, we could be up to 75 to 80% at that time of the year. And it's getting busier.
And I think Rock said $20 or something like that, we probably $29 a foot, is that correct? For the boat slips?
Boat slips, it's $2 a foot per day, $11 per foot per week, and $22 per foot per month, $150 per foot per year. Per foot, yeah.
And most of them boats is 30 foot or more.
Yeah, I mean,
Average.
you do get some small ones, but yeah, I mean, on average 26, 28 feet.
Any recommendations at the table? Go ahead.
I have some stupid question. Canal, do they not still have a dedicated fund where the boat slip money goes? Or did we close that? I know we closed a bunch of them, I don't remember if that was one of them.
No, it still exists.
And the boat ramp fund still exists? So this is not worth anything, because there is zero revenue going into our operating fund. This is 100% tax dollars paying for this expense. They're going in dedicated accounts, it's not even going into that account.
Yeah, but you in theory as a council can change it dedicated.
Well, we could, but I'm just saying this, none of the money we generate from that canal or boat ramp are going into that fund right now. They're sitting in an account for improvement. It's not funding anything.
I don't disagree with
This is all taxpayer funded. $303,000, that's our tax dollars. Nothing from those canal dredging or canal slips or boat ramps are going in there. So before we go into raising fees and looking at that, we should probably start using what we're collecting. I bet there's $1 million in that canal fund. I mean, I don't know how much is in the boat ramp fund, but I bet it's $500,000. That's just my thoughts, is
Yeah,
that
'cause there's two
this
sides.
is great, and we're showing revenues versus expenses, but really, the only revenue going in our general fund is boat launch income, $1,100. This other 156 is going in a dedicated account that's not funding anything. That's all.
So it ends up, does it not end up in a CD and make us?
Sure, we collect interest, then we transfer it in when we wanna do something, yeah. Okay.
That doesn't answer that question of cost versus cost.
No, it doesn't show, there is nothing to compare what's costing us and what. Anyway. How my brain works.
No,
sorry.
no.
Does that sound like an accounting thing we wanna have changed?
Well, it's difficult. So you look at who's paying property taxes? Well, everybody. Who's paying more property taxes? Higher value properties. Higher value properties are where? Gulf front or on the canal. Aren't canal users already paying through their property taxes? Or not? I mean, there's no way to quantify.
I don't agree with residents having to pay anymore. I think they're paying
They're feed
their
out.
fair share, yes. And I don't have a vote, yeah, really. But, non-residents, I think we could go up on, and the launching fee. But that's, we do need to have whatever it is, 400,000, as he said, for improvements and maintenance. And those will be used.
You might wanna change the accounting.
It's hard to ask for more money when you're not using the money you get. That's all I know.
And we got an acre coming from St. Joe, I hope we put another acre parking, and we got to clear it, gravel it.
And that's gonna be cleared how?
We did it the last time, CD did it.
The city did it, so again, our taxpayers
That would be a perfect reason to use that boat
use
ramp
that
money.
boat money. That's what I'm.
Well, we got some, he did pack it, and I think TC usually did.
Before we start spending the boat ramp money, there's several $100,000 worth of repairs that need to be made to that boat ramp, so I don't want to get too happy in spending that.
After we get through with another ramp, we got to wait.
So we've got, so we're going back to, we got money that's gonna need to be spent on these boat ramps. Should not we be raising the fees to help support that rather than our?
Forgive me if I'm wrong, but my understanding was that the St. Joe Company were basically in line for any major repairs. We do all the minor repairs and maintenance, but any major repairs, they're
I've
responsible
never
for.
seen that contract, so I have no idea.
Did we not have this conversation with the previous city administrator and the previous city engineer in regards to that, Tommy?
Yeah, that was what
Have
my
anybody at the
understanding
table
was.
seen the contract?
The city's responsible for all, I'll email it to everyone tomorrow. The city's responsible for all repairs and maintenance on the boat ramp.
Yep, all repairs and
Okay.
maintenance, so, yeah, so I think it's a reasonable request to say we go up on our fees. If we know we have repairs coming up, it's just like the dredge situation. It's like the boom truck, it's like, you know, it's all these things that we know that's coming up, we need to prepare for. All right. Anybody at the table want to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion that we increase the fees for the boat ramp from $100 to $200 annually, that we go up from the day rate from 20 to 25 for a day rate, and then we continue to give free provisions to the citizens of the town, our town, and also the employees of our city.
I'll second that motion.
Cindy, refresh my memory, how did we do the boat ramp fee change in 2022? Did we do that via resolution?
Yeah.
Via a new resolution? I do believe.
Yeah, I think we'd have to go with resolution, so we can,
She can tell me what you want me to write up, and
Yeah.
I'll have it for the next meeting.
so we want to make a motion to increase these fees. We've got a second, and we're going to direct Clint to bring us a resolution for this. Call the vote, please.
Mr. Wolf?
Yes.
Mayor Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
No.
Ms. Hamilton?
Yes?
Mr. Welly?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. We appreciate everything you do, not just staying late for us, but everything that you do.
225.
From variance request.
Let's see, we're going back now to our regular agenda item here. 9, planning and zoning items, variance of Gulf View Motel, Alara. Hey, she's there.
Hi, good evening. For the record, Laura Mills Gutcher. And this was presented to the P&Z board last month as a variance. I think you also have my report in your agenda packet where I recommended denial, primarily because I didn't have the information required to make the analysis of determination for the variance regarding the recent language you just adopted into the Land Development Code to compare the request to. And so I'm going to ask Clint if he could clarify if this is actually a quasi-judicial hearing because of the determination you made at that meeting.
This is not what the planning board recommended to the council, because the construction of the permit was granted prior to the expiration. Sorry, I can't remember the exact ordinance number that allowed people to build back in their same footprint. Because that was that way, they viewed to have him be grandfathered in under that ordinance. And they recommended that to you.
And that was that just for like commercial?
It was swing.
This request is for an accessory structure which has been deemed a structure by the building department.
It was the swing that they had before.
We went from a swing to a structure.
Yes, because of the floor.
That's the key.
Okay, I got you. Sorry. It's late and I think my sugar's run out.
Mine has.
Okay,
Anyway,
I just,
planning and zoning recommended the grandfather in the prior ordinance. And I can't remember what the number of that ordinance is.
775. All right. Any questions for Laura?
Yeah, Laura, I read deny,
Yes,
your recommendation, does that still stand?
yes,
And mainly because you don't have measurements or anything else to support it?
correct. The
Why is
site,
it, why is it we're not getting that? Do you know?
we could ask the applicant why we are not getting
Is
that.
the applicant here?
On the applicant, really, nobody really gave me anything. I had to run around and try to find out what I had to get. And when they told me on the plans, what I needed to do is show them exactly where it's gonna be at. So the prints that I gave her, I just drew a little square where it was supposed to be. Nobody told me I needed to figure out, you know, the distance from the building and the distance from the road. Nobody told me that.
Can you supply that so that she could, we're being asked to deny it, basically.
Yeah.
So can you fix that with them?
I can fix that. I'll give her that whatever she needs for tomorrow. I mean,
If we go into that
the
variance,
swing
it's
was
not-
there before.
It's not gonna make it. A new variance.
Well, why do you wanna do a variance if you just submit it properly and get a permit to do it?
Can I ask a question? I had a conversation with, I think you, in the past. We were talking about the ordinance that said that people could come back and build on the same footprint. And then that, I think, ran out. And then we talked about maybe we need to reinstate that ordinance. Not just for commercial, but for everybody, because the average rebuild after a disaster like Hurricane Michael is 10 years. And we dropped it out at what, 3 or 4 years? Something. It's less than 5. And that ordinance was gone. So could we, as a council, consider maybe granting a new ordinance, having him put that ordinance back in place for everybody who builds on that same footprint and extend it out a little longer? Because I know there's still people that have not rebuilt and have that same footprint that they want to rebuild. And I think his is on the same footprint
Yes, ma'am.
from what I've seen in the
It's
picture.
actually closer towards the building now. I got it away from, because I still got a piece of the old wall there. I left it to show exactly where it was.
I got another question. How is this going to impact the new turn lane in front of your?
It's not going to. I talked to the guys, the man out there, and he told me there was nothing wrong with, they're not gonna move the fire hydrant, or I don't have to move my sign, or I don't have to move the little structure.
Okay,
He said, it's not even gonna impact that.
not impact. I just want to make sure that wasn't going to impact.
The zoning board based their recommendation on the fact that he had started and got the permit prior to the ordinance expiring. And he simply forgot to mention that he was gonna put the swing back.
Okay.
And that's what, and they felt that it should go back on, since he got the permit prior to the expiration of the ordinance, that it should be grandfathered in pursuant to that ordinance. That's their recommendation.
Okay. All right, I'm going to open it to the public.
Certainly, and then if we're going to extend that, that is a legislative decision, and it would
Yes.
have to be it's in the land development code.
Yes.
And I would like some clarification, because I believe, I haven't read the ordinance recently, but whether or not that includes accessory structures, I believe it was primarily for
Yeah, I don't think.
primary structures.
So it really wouldn't impact here, but we had talked about this at some point, that ran out, and there's still people that's trying to build, and the same footprint, and if they hadn't already started, that was a hardship.
Like on the Driftwood with the church, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, the church would be in the same, yeah.
That was an accessory structure.
Accessory, but yeah.
Plus you're going from, their thing is they're going from a DPC, you're saying that it's going from a swing to a structure.
That's what the building department is saying.
That's where the challenge is.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see it here. I mean, So
I talked to Greg, and Greg said it was just he said the deck. But he said, I'll approve all of it. He said, I don't have to have anything except for any kind of, paper, except for I gotta go up there and pay to have it, so I can have a deck on the bottom of it. And there used to be a deck on the other one.
No, I think you covered that last time, it was
Yeah.
covered.
Okay. Any public comment? Yes, sir.
Mayor, Council, Rob Crease, MB, Planning and Zoning Board. I went to Mr. Smith's property to look at where the swing was. He actually dug into the ground and showed me where the wall was, and the pictures, I took additional pictures besides the two that you have. It's the exact same spot it was before the hurricane. And the pictures that I took, you don't have them, but it's back, I mean, exactly where it was in the same exact footprint. And he started this, and that's why we didn't go for a variance. We went for just to put it under 755 because you already started that. It was there, built back to exactly where it is. He had the deck there before, and like what happened, when he put all his plans in to build back to the footprint, he just never put in the swing. If the swing would have been on there, that would have been built back to it, and that would have been done. And that was the only thing. And that's why the building department denied it, because it had a deck. Nothing's cemented in the ground. You can go with a forklift and pick the whole damn thing up and take it out of the ground. It's not cemented in or nothing. It just has a deck on the bottom so you have some place to put your feet. And if they don't fix the flooding, when it rains, you better have a deck because you're gonna be in the water. I was actually embarrassed being down there. I mean, I didn't bring my boat with me, so it was hard to get to look at his swing. And I don't know how they're putting this turning lane in, because as it was when I was there, the water was up on US 19 and cars driving down there were putting waves hitting his hotel. I mean, that's ridiculous. Something needs to be done there with that. To me, that's the big concern. The swing is nothing. The swing is going back where it was. So the Planning and Zoning Board discussed it, and under 755, just said there's no variance involved because it already started before the expiration date. I measured, the setback is fine. He's actually another 33 inches in from his property line. So there's no thing with setback or anything else. I measured that myself. And he's good to go. He's actually 33 inches in from what more than is required. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Just a question on something you said on the
Can you
ordinance.
state your name?
Sorry, Zach Childs. Not as much just on this, but overall, I'm looking at ordinance 781. That grandfathered in all primary structures. It was passed April 12, 2022, and everybody's grandfathered in until April 24. That's what the building department tells us every day. There's people out there flying to meet that deadline, so I'm confused by it's, you guys saying it's passed.
That was for, building on the same footprint, wasn't it?
Yeah.
They had,
So there's a commercial setback,
okay,
ordinance that expired in October.
okay, that's.
The one that
probably
they're
what I'm
referring
thinking
to is the building back in your same footprint prior to the storm does not expire until April of
April,
2024.
okay. I do want to have.
If that's gonna change, that's big news. I mean, it's gonna stop some building, but give people more time, but that's a big statement there, so just know that it's gonna stop some large projects from moving forward if y'all extend that. It's gonna delay.
Okay,
We're not messing with that.
not today, but something we might want to consider before April. Okay.
Hi, John Harrell, First Street. I think what this council's forgetting is we have people that have built back that were here. They didn't leave. We've had people that have left. So we should be bending over backwards. He's going in the same footprint. He's not doing anything different that he had there before. This council should be bending over backwards to help these people. That place was destroyed. He rebuilt it from the ground up. He could have hightailed it, taken the money and run. He's staying here in Mexico Beach. We talk about we don't have enough commercial, and we're trying to give the ones that are building back a hard time. Stop it. Let the man build the swing. It was there before. It's a no-brainer. Please help the people that want to stay here and make this city better again. Thank you.
Tim Lundgren. 105 St. Francis. So I think the issue really though is you didn't submit the specific dimensions that you need. Otherwise, it probably wouldn't be the issue you're talking about right now. I understand the confusion working with the building department and all that. It sounds to me you could approve this on contingency of getting the dimensions for it, and you would probably recommend approval. Am I correct or not?
So I think the issue here is whether or not this is even a quasi-judicial hearing, which I'm hearing it's not. That so if I'm out of it, then if it's not a QJ hearing, so it's just a discretion of the council is what they want to do.
Yeah, so I'd recommend you could approve it now with the contingent that you get the specifications and they meet the requirements for the, you know, how far from the street or whatever from the building department.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comment? All right, we're going to close the public discussion and move to discussion to the table. Okay, sir.
I also viewed the site with Mr. Smith, and he did show me where the previous swing was with the cement border. This is a family business that they've had for over 40 years. I have a lot of respect for him for coming back to the city. You know, he's just asking to put a swing so people can sit out there and watch the sunset. This is very important to him, and I think it's going to add to the charm and, you know, that historical aspect that we're trying to maintain in the city. I greatly respect him for trying to make this attempt, and we're just talking about a swing. Maybe we're just overthinking the situation.
Is there an active building permit?
You got a building permit? Or you had applied for your building permit?
Yeah, all I gotta do is go to.
You wait for this
Greg
to-
said,
Yeah.
no problem.
So it'll be approved once we decide if we're allowing,
Yeah.
All right, as long as there's a permit, I'm good to go.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I mean, if he met the permit, go ahead and build it. Yeah.
Well, I'll sit out there.
So I will, any other discussion? You got something else?
I'm ready for it.
Okay, so I'm gonna move, I need a motion to approve or deny.
I'll make a motion to approve the
Gulf Food.
request by the Gulf View Motel.
I'll second it.
All right,
Yay, yay, yay.
can you call the roll, please?
Mayor Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Hamilton,
Yes.
Mr. Wolf,
Yes.
Mr. Webb.
Yes.
All right. Okay, next on our agenda is item 4, discussion of proposed restaurant location.
Nope, too far.
Oh, where am I? I've lost all my pages. There, sorry.
I feel like a long run here.
I do, there's a lot
Page
of
ahead.
them. Thank you, sir, I appreciate that. We're going to ordinance 833, lodging establishment, first read. Laura.
Yes, thank you. Again, for the record, Laura Mills Gutcher, and this is a legislative decision on your part tonight. So this is an amendment to the land development regulations to include lodging establishments as one of the allowable uses in the table that is in section 2.02.02 under E, general commercial. It would be the last item listed in the table under permitted uses. And the request to change the LDR is due to the fact that the comprehensive plan, general commercial category, allows lodging establishments, and this will bring the LDC zoning district in consistency with the policy of the comprehensive plan. Recommendation is for approval.
All right, so I need a motion to read ordinance 833 by title only.
I'll make a motion to read ordinance 833 by title only.
And second,
All right, can you call the roll, please, Julie?
I'll read first. Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
I'm nervous about
Roll, then read.
I'm nervous about
That's
reading,
okay.
that's, I got a little ahead of myself there.
That's okay.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Hamilton,
yes.
Mayor Miller,
Yes,
Mr. Welly,
Yes.
Mr. Wolf.
Yes.
okay, you can read ordinance, and you don't have to take it real fast. I don't like to read out loud either.
Thank you. An ordinance of the City of Mexico Beach, Florida, amending the Land Development Code to modify section 2.02.02.e to add lodging establishments as a principal use to the general commercial zoning district. providing for codification, providing for a repealer, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Good job.
Good job.
All right. We'll open to the public for any public discussion.
Mayor, Council, Rob Priest, MB. I just want to say on this ordinance, it was discussed twice at the planning and zoning. The first time, we didn't go anywhere with it, we tabled it. The second time it came back. My concern in the first, Laura pointed out in the second meeting, I didn't know this, it's actually in the comp plan saying that there's a little paragraph number that goes back and says that that should be included in the commercial. The reason why we were against it, I was the first time, and we tabled it for the fact that if you look at all our commercial property and you go up there with residential commercial that's on there, a lot of it is in residential neighborhoods now. And you have several things, like right up on our dedicated beach, 7th Street, to the left of it, you got your little condos there, about 6 or 8 condos. The guy next to it has double lots, and that's all rated commercial. That place, I mean, he doesn't even live here, it's overgrown with trees. He could sell that and put a hotel up right there, and it's right in a residential neighborhood. And there's some other ones like that. That's why I talked to Chris about going back and doing something with this comp plan. Things need to be changed. Just like the residential that's in commercial, it shouldn't be allowed to go 48 feet and stuff like that. That's ridiculous. It should be what residential neighborhoods, if you're building a residential house and a commercial, it should be the same. We have the tourist commercial, the Laura said about, that is already in there for hotels. The biggest reason for the change is because our 3 hotels right now are all in commercial residential. How they got there was before you even had anything going on the LDC. That's why it needs to be changed. That's why we need to go back and look at. And Chris said he was going to try to allot some money next year to get everything, a whole system going again, and look at the comp plan to match it and make some changes that need to be done. So that was the only concern that I have on the planning and zoning board, was that I wouldn't want to live in a residential neighborhood and have my neighbor sell 3 lots and build a hotel. So just something to consider. Thank you.
Any other public discussion? Closing public discussion to the table.
Makes sense. Makes sense to me.
What makes sense? His
No,
comment?
doing this, yeah.
Okay. You have anything, Randy?
I do not.
Mr. Smith? Okay, so I will entertain a motion for approval or denial of ordinance. Excuse me. I left that out, sorry.
First reading.
First reading, that's right, sorry.
Right.
We don't have to do them
No.
first reading. Okay, good. Okay, so we're gonna move on. Thank you for all the discussion and thank you for being here. Resolution 2401, amending resolution 2017-07, meeting procedure. Chris?
This is something that's been discussed by city council for a while. Originally, the talk was moving the citizens' comments and then to the back of the agenda. Then it transitioned from not just the citizens' comments, but the city council and mayor comments to the rear of the agenda. And then as Julie had started going through it, there were some other things that had to be changed, and all those corrections are in the resolution before you tonight.
So, do I have a motion to read resolution 2401 by title only?
You can just approve it. You don't need to read a resolution.
Oh, okay. All right, so I do want to open the public, any public comments on this resolution? Okay, closing public, any discussion at the table?
I have something there. Just throw this out there, I don't know if it's even right. Citizens' comments. and this is more of a Clint question, I think, Clint.
Mhm.
Is there a possibility that we can take citizens' comments, be it residents and property owners?
I don't think you can do that.
I'm not saying get rid of the public, I'm saying, can we move that to the back?
I'm not following.
Could we do residents and property owners as citizens' comments? And then to let the public, and we have that up front, and then let the public, if they have more from outside,
Sure.
speak at the end.
As long as people are allowed to speak, yeah, I don't think that'd be a problem.
I looked at Florida statutes and we cannot, not allow comments when it's open to, whether you call it citizens or whether you call it public, we cannot.
Well, what he's saying is
Prevent
just
comments.
allowing everyone to speak, just allowing our residents to speak first.
Yeah, give priority to our residents and citizens in Mexico Beach up front. And then if there's outsiders that have some input, I mean, we were there for 4 hours last week listening to about a ball field and stuff. I mean, is there a possibility that we could do that at the end if it has to be done?
I don't think it's gonna change our time.
It won't change our time, but it'd help people that can speak in residents and that have something to say. They could say it early on, and if they want to leave after 3 hours, they can leave.
To answer your question, as long as everyone is afforded a chance to speak and comment, I think it'd be fine.
And that has to be on everything.
Do we have an appetite for that at the table? Does anybody care about that, or leave it the way it is?
I think when you, every agenda I've ever seen, I've never seen anything split out. So, and I've looked at probably 100 of them lately.
Forge the way.
I agree with you though, Rick. I mean, it's just about a ball field and that's wasting my time really, and the people out there's time.
Yeah, I'm not calling on the people, I'm just saying the residents and the property owners are who Mexico Beach citizens are. And we'll listen to the public, but is there a possibility to do it at the end?
I think all comments are going to the end, so
I agree with you.
according to this, right, all comments.
Yeah, citizens' comments, mayor's comments, council comments.
Make it, I'm in favor of leaving it that way.
It's what you told us to do.
But we could,
Right here, no matter if it's the beginning or the end. I think we're gonna hear it anyway.
Yeah.
So this we do have to read that title only.
Y'all are mumbling.
This
Please
is,
speak up.
this is where we're at.
I think we're mumbling.
I know. Have we did that
You don't need to read a
already?
resolution.
Oh, yeah, that's right, I'm sorry. It's
Approve
just,
it or deny.
let me just mark that out. Okay.
I think there's one other thing in here to point out, and that is your agenda deadline changes from Thursday at noon to Wednesday at noon, just to make sure everybody understands that that's happening. So, I'm good with that, I just want everyone to know that that's happening.
Make it better for staff.
Gives them time to get it out.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. All right, so, any other discussion before we? I will open for a motion to approve or deny Resolution 2401, amending Resolution 2017-07, meeting procedures.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 24-01.
Okay.
Second
Call the roll, please.
Mrs. Hamilton?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mayor Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Welly?
Yes.
Mr. Wolf?
Yes.
All right, moving to other business, community planning, technical assistance grant agreement, vision workshop award.
Busy lady today.
I'll tell you.
So this is the CPTA grant that the Department of Commerce has awarded Mexico Beach in the amount of $75,000. And just as a long story short, We are really anxious to get started on this project. We have done a little bit of background work, but not a whole lot, because the grant does say that it has to be signed before any authorized work begins. So we are ready to schedule the visioning session, and I know there's going to be some questions about the scope, so I can take them as they come, but we are on the short end of the stick at this point, because we have to deliver all of the deliverables that are within the grant by May 31st, so we really only have 4 months now. I will be using some subcontractors to come in and help me, primarily because of the short time frame we now have to get this completed. So they are willing and able and ready to come and help out, and we'd like to get that first visioning session scheduled and have that meeting with the citizens and hear some input and get started on the deliverables that are listed in the scope before you.
So we'll open this to public discussion.
Lisa Logan. Is this for the original grant, which was to be a citywide development plan? Or is this for a revised one that you noted at the PMC meeting?
Would you like me to answer that?
Yes.
This is for the list that you have in your packet that came from the Department of Commerce that shows the deliverables and the due dates. And I believe the first deliverable due date is February 15th, which is the visiting session. So it's what was in the packets that were sent out this week.
That doesn't answer the question.
Department of Commerce.
Is this the revised version that deals just with the corridor from the West End Bridge to 15th Street?
It is for, so the problem with doing a whole citywide process at this point is the time constraint. We only have 4 months. So
5. It's June 30th.
February, March, April, May.
And
That's
June,
for,
it's listed in the contract as June.
if you look at the end of the deliverable date, it says May 31st.
Interesting, because the contract says June. Okay, so
We have to
4 or
complete by the
5
end of the
months.
fiscal year for the state, and that's June 30th, so everything has to be settled.
So this is for half of the town.
It's for what, it's identified as for half of the town due to the time constraints that we have, yes. But we can look at economic strategies for the entire town, but the corridor we're looking at is from 15th Street to the Canal Street Bridge.
What good does a half plan do when we citizens are extremely concerned about the entire town, and this is supposed to be citizen-driven, citizen-focused, and I would like to know how doing half the town gives us a citywide plan to work from. To me, that gives more harm than good, and I think this is being handled extremely poorly and extremely wrong, and I'd like to know why we're not getting what we asked for.
Okay, I will comment to that. August 14th, 2023 is when we received a letter addressed to Mr. Baber. And then the first I hear about this was when we were at our last meeting and Mr. Hubbard told us that the workshop was going to take place. And I don't know if any other member of the council had heard anything about this. I knew we had a grant coming up, but as far as knowing it got here and knowing, I don't think that I ever heard. Of course, you know, maybe it was sitting and I overlooked. I'm human, so.
Did the grant not come in on January the 17th?
No.
It came in before that.
The grant was granted to us on August 14th. They told us that we got up to $75,000 to build a 20-year community master plan in coordination with our Hurricane Michael recovery rebuild process. So
We must have known because it's in our budget, and that was approved in September.
So, can I address this?
still public comment, yeah.
Tim Linderman, 105 St. Francis. So I'm actually the author of this grant. I'm the one that wrote it in coordination with Michael Manning and Doug. We were notified in the middle of June verbally that we had won the grant. I briefed you, the council, about all the grant issues that were coming up. I don't remember when that was. But I did bring this up. I don't know why it's taken so long. This was part of my frustration with writing grants for the city, is the inactivity that's taken place the last year. So but it is what it is at this point. And I am, like Lisa, disappointed that the scope of this is cut down because of the time frame. I understand it's also the amount of funds that we had. I had hoped that this would be a much wider in scope product, but it's not going to be. But I think the problem is we, the city, have already resubmitted to the grantor these deliverables in this scope. So it is what it is, unless we don't want to move forward with it. And I say we make the best of it that we can, and I believe we can reapply for this grant next year. I'm happy to do that with the things that we don't get to, perhaps, or something we can look at. But I guess my recommendation is take what we got, move forward. It's $75,000. It's not coming out of taxpayer money. And let's do the best we can with it. And then let's look at applying for this same grant or something similar next year. And I've recommended to the council that if you as a group and with citizen input will look at some of the areas you want to research for grants, we could look at those ahead of time and maybe budget for our portion of the grant, because most of them are 50-50. And we can go forward with that, whether it's with the help of our engineering firm, Alora's services, volunteer services. But instead of just things coming in and we sit on it and sit on it, let's have a plan. Let's think ahead. We're always just reacting to stuff, in my opinion. Thank you.
I would like to thank Tim for that. I also wanted to inform you that on the team is a grant writer. And so she's going to put together a matrix of what the citizens have identified as needs and help us figure out what grants we can apply for. So in the future, you might have funding for those improvements or whatever it might be that comes out of the visioning sessions. Yes, Ms. Lisa.
This is an Alara question. What made you choose the west side of town versus the east side of town? Because as we citizens see it, the majority of the developments that are so concerning to us are all on the east side of town.
Are those primarily residential developments?
They are condos, which are considered commercial.
Well, in my world, condos are considered residential. So we were looking at the West End because it had more of a commercial nature to it.
How does that protect those of us who are primarily on the west side of town, which is primarily our residential section?
How can, I just have a question, how can you have a vision for your city and not include the whole city?
So we can do that. I think there was some conception early on, I'm going to say misconception, that this was a whole wide city comprehensive plan land development code update, and that is entirely not possible with $75,000.
That wasn't my intent.
So, but I didn't say that was your intent, but I've been hearing that in certain circles. So we are trying to get you set up for that coming forward so that we know what the residents want, we know what the citizens want. So as we move forward with any updates to the code, or possibly the comprehensive plan, we have that through this grant.
I give up.
Yes, sir.
Larry Henderson, 7th Street. I'm very interested in this. Matter of fact, I had heard there's gonna be a meeting on the 22nd. I made a point to be back in town for it, found out that's been postponed, which seems to be a common theme I see running through everything. The guy, the man was up here, been here for 10 months. That was, talked about horizontal infrastructure, vertical. I remember one of my first meetings 3 or 4 months ago. That was talked about, horizontal and vertical. I agree that half a loaf, quarter of a loaf that we have now, we take it, we get going with it, particularly since you said part of what they can incorporate into this is the next phases, and then get the grants for that. It's not gonna happen in a vacuum. If we're locked into this boundary, so be it. But as we have our conversation, we can say, how's this gonna impact on this? What are we thinking about for here? And then that becomes part of the next set of grants. But otherwise, we just sit here and do nothing, which unfortunately seems to happen a lot. Things get tabled and pushed forward.
So Larry, I'll just let you know that the meeting was set up as a workshop, and according to our ordinances, and maybe it's in on the charter, I can't remember where the vote is or not. A meeting of a workshop or special meeting can only be called by 3 council members or the mayor. And when I found out that the 3 council members had not called that meeting, we had to cancel it and bring it to the table to get it or
Well, I get that, but all that shows, I mean, I didn't know that was the
Well,
reason.
that's the
But all
reason.
that shows is just, again, lack of communication within the people, within the board, with whomever. And one of the things that seems to, doesn't seem to be, is just a theme. Is everybody, their fault, back and forth, and we spend half the meet, it seems like we spend a chunk of every meeting pointing fingers at each other, which does not get us where we need to be. And if a meeting was called improperly, that's just bad communications, which seems to be a recurring theme. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public discussion?
Sorry, quit getting up so much. We're getting old. Mayor, council, Rob Priest, MD. You know, I agree with Lisa, but I mean, you got money. You got 75 grand right now. To throw it away is stupid. And Tim did a good job to get this, and I remember him discussing this somewhere, I don't know, September, October. You were up here talking about all the grant money. And isn't there something going on with DOT, with a sidewalk from NB all the way down to Tyndall?
Contract.
Okay, contract thing here. What was brought up was the fact of, everybody bitches about the golf carts parked on the side of 7th Street and here and there. We need to at least take a look at what she has on the agenda to look at that, because DOT is doing this sidewalk deal, and it's a good time to look at that and maybe what we can bring into that. So don't let this go to waste.
Thank you. Any other public discussion? Yes, sir.
Kirk Workman, Mexico Beach, Councilman. Definitely take advantage of the grants, free money, well, maybe not quite free. I don't think there's anything that allows us not to do extra credit. I mean, if we're gonna all of a sudden draw up a blueprint of the city, it's like, okay, and we're also gonna include all the way to First Street or however far we need to go. But if they don't wanna see it, then okay, that's something we pay for extra ourselves. But when we do this, we do the codes envisioning the whole town. So even though we're only getting paid for 15th of the town, the committee, the workshop should be thinking, what does the whole picture look like? Economies of scale. Let's get it done at the same time. But when we show the grant people, we can just show them. If they don't want to see 15th of First Street, okay, they won't see it.
So during the visioning sessions, there's no restriction on what can be discussed. It's open discussion. We need that to understand what the sentiment is of the residents. But what we were trying to restrict was we were going to do an existing conditions analysis, and that was this area of town we selected. not knowing at the time that the Sun Trail was coming through. We didn't receive that information until October, and this was restructured in September. So now that we know that Sun Trail, I think it's 2027 funding, we'll certainly bring that into our discussions and how that can play into what we're doing.
Tim, is there any possibility of getting an extension on this as far as dates and times?
Well, I haven't talked to him. Chris is shaking his head. It does say in
I know it
the
says in there.
application that if you're gonna ask for an extension, you gotta do it a day prior. But that was for deliverable. So I guess the bottom line is I don't know. I doubt it. And I think what they did is they tailored, because of the time left, they had to condense the deliverables, and that's what they've done. It doesn't mean if we don't have more time, we can't talk about more. But to retain that 75,000, we have to meet those deliverables. And so if you don't do that, we end up biting that.
Exactly. That's exactly right.
And so, again, my recommendation is take what we got and we can modify it, and we gotta meet those deliverables. And let's apply for the grant later. We'll look at putting more money into it and continuing this beyond the deliverable date of the end of May. I mean, that's another option, but don't turn this down. There is no matching fee with this at all. It's $75,000 to us. It was a great opportunity that we took advantage of.
And I have to say, you really need to give him an applause, because out of 468 communities, cities and counties within the state of Florida, they let about 6 or 7 of these every year. So it's very competitive. And as far as the deliverable date, that is not movable at the end, because it's the state's fiscal year, and the state's fiscal year is July 1st to June 30th. So we have to be fully delivered by May 31st for them to close out the grant this fiscal year. The deliverables themselves can move a little bit, but the final product has to be delivered by May 31st.
Okay. All right, any other public discussion? Thank you. I'm going to close public discussion, move to the table.
And if I could also ask, if you could go ahead and authorize us to schedule a visioning session at this meeting also, thank you.
I think it would be a good idea to accept the 75,000, because it is a no-match grant as well, so it is the beginning of a vision. When we do have those meetings, I would hope that everyone could attend those meetings. We did receive an email suggesting that the city council should not attend, that the citizens might not be able to speak as freely. I don't think we have that problem here. And, you know, I didn't want to be threatened by the Sunshine Law that if I attended, that could be the case. So I think when we have these meetings, that we should all be able to attend if we choose to.
Second what you said.
Mr. Wolf, anything you want to?
The only thing, I mean, this is very important. This is a real stepping stone. So is there a possibility we do a match? I mean, we've got impact fees, we've got CDs that we're making money on. This is $75 additional dollars to do the whole city. Can't the city afford to do that?
It's not so much, it's the timing.
Yeah.
It's really just all about the timing at this point, and having 4 months to pull it all together. So we could extend, we have to deliver the draft by May 31st. We can adjust that draft internally afterwards, but what we deliver to the state has to be delivered by May 31st. And it does say draft, so it's not a final form.
And you can do that doing half the city.
So I think that when we get into the discussions, we're really gonna dig into what this really looks like. It's going to be some economic development strategies. It's going to be some grant funding strategies, and a matrix that shows which grants you can apply for which kind of projects that are going to come out in these visioning sessions. So it's going to be a combination of things, and not, when we talk about a master plan for a city, to me that's the comprehensive plan. So it could be some tweaks to the comprehensive plan, and then of course we absolutely need at some point to update the LDRs, because they're in a little bit of a sad shape. But and whatever the visioning, the opinions are, we can incorporate that into the future LDR updates as well.
Can I say one more thing real quick? So in the design of this, one of the things I had hoped we could do, maybe we still can't talk about it, is there's a lot of people here who are against future development. I don't know if that's possible, but I think this is an opportunity to talk about how we can control that development, we can shape it to what we want, how we can look at zoning ordinances, maybe reshaping our current zoning. This is the time to talk about that, because this is a far out plan. I think that would help us get ahead of developers, I guess, for lack of a better word, to understand where we're going and how to, I know it's never going to be Mexico Beach before the storm, but to make it what we want it to be, given what we have the ability to shape.
Can we still meet those dates and extend this to include the complete city if the city would pay for it?
No.
I think it would be very, very challenging at this point. Again, and it's, you know, it's just a matter of pulling information together, hearing what the citizens have to say, pulling all that together into report form, and it's just timing, it really is.
Okay.
I totally agree with you on the city spending some money on planning. I think we really do need to. What I see from reading this and speaking with Laura, I think that we need to approve this, let them get started. I think we as a council need to put together a planning commission board so that they can start gathering information, that she's do these workshops and other ways, and because this is about the citizens, and I think we need to, when we develop a board, we need to develop it with different, we need to almost like take applications and look at who has what knowledge that they could bring to that table. And then you, of course, include all resident citizens, landowners, to attend those meetings and kind of like our review committee, charter review committee.
Well, I just think we need to hear what's going on at the table and what's going on around our city. And yes, we got a grant, but we do need to spend some money to build our city.
So I think we could look at this to hopefully approve it, get it scheduled, then come back, bring it to the table for us to put a committee together. Just, you know, hopefully the people that would be on the committee would be the ones that attend this first one, because we really need to get it scheduled. And then we can get a committee together to help continue development from what they gather from this starting point. I think we need to use this money. I think we need to take this as our starting kickoff point and incorporate it into our full vision, incorporate it into our full comp plan, and incorporate it into our changing, updating our LDC, our LDR. So, any other discussion at the table? Okay. I'll open for a motion to approve or deny the community planning technical assistance grant agreement.
Make a motion, we accept the community planning technical assistance grant agreement.
I'll second it.
Do we call the roll, please?
Mayor Miller,
Yes.
Mr. Welly,
Yes.
Mr. Wolf,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Hamilton.
Yes.
Thank you, Laura.
Point of clarification,
Yeah.
can we also get
Yeah, we're gonna get it done.
council to offer at least 2 sessions, or as many as you want? You want
Okay.
as many as you want.
When we put in the call for a workshop, the council has to be here. Okay? Any workshop, I've never seen a council not be at a workshop. Am I incorrect? I went back and looked, and
The
This is visioning workshop, so it's not quite the same.
Okay.
It happens all the time without elected officials.
okay.
You kind of like the charter review committee? where they were
Or the
meeting.
comp plan, when you rewrote the comp plan, we did.
Okay. All right, so we don't have to worry about all being there. I mean, open to.
You're going to get updated So you're a part of the process. I don't want you to feel like you're left out. You're part of the process. But the visioning session is typically for the citizens to come and just kind of get down in the nitty-gritty and figure out what their vision is for the city and provide us input on what we need to be conscious of as we're moving forward.
So if Ms. Hamilton wants to come as a citizen with her husband to discuss it, it's perfectly fine as long as me and her, she and I do not talk. He and she.
Right, because you don't want to be making decisions.
Exactly, we can't talk to
Right.
each other or,
Right.
we can talk to citizens.
But we are, as a
always
group,
talk to
during this
citizens.
visioning session, is going to be talking to each other
Yeah.
and making decisions.
Right.
So if, I would suspect, and maybe the attorney can chime in, but if one of you attends, that's probably okay, but if you have more than one, because you're going to be making the final decision at some point, you have to vote on it.
Right.
It is a publicly noticed meeting, right?
Right,
Yes.
it is.
So it's gonna, is it gonna be on Facebook and everything like that?
It'll be posted just like
We'll
anything,
take
right?
general minutes, so we'll have general minutes of what happens and the outcome.
If it's a called meeting,
Yeah, I think.
and you're not voting, I mean, most
It's a
workshops we don't.
publicly advertised meeting, notice to the public will be there, it's out in the open,
Yeah.
it's in the sunshine.
So, let me give you an example. When we did the park, Parker Park, and we were planning for, we had a citizens workshop. And the council was here. We had things set up. Everybody was talking. We made no decisions. We,
Voted, there's no voting in it.
no voting out. That's,
But they will be voting at the end, Clint, on the final.
But the council won't be
council
not
doesn't.
voting anything. Correct.
No, till the end.
Till the end.
It'll be in the end.
Yeah, okay. So I don't see that that's a problem with council actually attending this.
As long as it's out in the open,
Yeah. Okay,
it's not behind closed doors.
exactly. Okay. So, date, I'm sorry.
So I'm not looking for a date, because I'm gonna have to check with everybody's schedules, so we can all, but I'm just looking for approval to hold the visioning sessions. Because I've gotta get with my team and check their schedules, because they're traveling from out of town.
All right, so do this, because me or three of these people can't call a meeting. I think it'd be quicker and easier if
You
you just.
guys can vote now to allow her to schedule the
Okay.
meeting.
That's what I'm asking for.
Okay. That's good with me. If we can do that, that would be great. All right, so, do I have a motion to allow Laura to work with Chris and her staff to,
Schedule a
schedule this meeting?
So moved.
I make a
Any
motion that,
days?
yeah, I make a motion that Laura schedule a meeting and, 2 meetings.
Okay.
2 meetings and, obviously, that's about it, right?
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Call the roll.
Mr. Wolf?
Yes.
Mr. Welly?
Yes.
Mayor Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton?
Yes.
Okay, so,
Can we make sure it's not at 9 a.m. in the morning?
They will likely be from 5 to 7 p.m.
Thank you.
thank you. Okay, very good. So next on the agenda is St. Joe Company, conceptual plan for parking lot of Salt Creek. Mr. Chris, how are you?
Doing great. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Chris Short, Dewberry. As you know, I always have to have a visual aid until they cut off my supply of these foam boards. So back when the development order for Salt Creek Phase 2 was brought before you, there was much discussion. One of the conditions of the permit, the DO, was for St. Joe to add public parking south of 98. It was discussed basically temporary parking, gravel, and part of that discussion, or part of that condition, was that we bring a design to the city, or send a design to the city in December. So this is basically our update, notification, good faith effort to show that we are working on this. We went through, did all the survey, all the preliminary layout and design. Yeah, this is it on the screen as well. And submitted kind of a first shot concept plan over to Mr. Hubbard. He kind of made some comments on some things that were great suggestions. We fixed it, and we sent in the final current design concept layout mid-December, but then getting it on a meeting. We felt like it was probably appropriate to bring it before you as a council. We were able to get it on this meeting. So with the holidays and such, what you have is, it is a 62 parking space, give or take. You know, when we go through the actual permitting process, it's another reason why we wanted to have it now, is we're basically getting ready to start going through the permitting process, and we wanted to bring it before you before we do that, and kind of spin our tires a lot going in that direction. So currently, as it stands, it's 62 spaces. It's got 24-foot drive aisles. It's approximately 0.68 acres. We got, basically, it's separated from the rest of the property by a rope and post barrier around the parking, and then kind of what is out there right now with the existing city lot at the turn of Canal Parkway with the rope and post barriers. This will actually align so that the parking spaces, the first row of parking spaces in this will be head-to-head, but we're going to have signage. We're going to provide signage in the design that says, you know, city parking only. It's going to restrict that portion of the parking lot to city only. We've got everything kind of laid out. We've got preliminary grading in there, getting ready to start the stormwater design. As it stands right now, everything sheet flows naturally from the east to the west to where we're going to put a shallow retaining pond, dry retention pond there. And just so you know, kind of what drew our limits of how far to the north we extended it or placed it is looking at the contours. The contours kind of fall off this way, so by doing it this way, we can kind of wrap the water around. If we move too far this way with the parking area, it would kind of dam up water. But yeah, that's basically what we got. So just bringing it to you to present it and see if you have any thoughts on it.
Thank you. Open to the public for discussion. Yes, ma'am?
Quick,
Yes.
can you give me a better orientation? I'm not sure about this. Where exactly is Canal Parkway and where is the curve where the city's parking lot is?
So this is not the most current aerial, obviously, but this is kind of the curve where Canal Parkway goes right now.
Oh, okay.
So this is the large tank. This is the city's parking lot right now. The Lime Rock parking that has kind of the rope and post around it.
Okay.
So we're aligning our first row to basically be head to head with those. This will be posted, signed, you know, whatever, restricted city parking only. And then from there we have, you know, 62 spaces throughout there. Everything sheet flowing to the stormwater pond that you see here. So this is north. in that
Okay.
document.
Where's US 98 on it?
US 98 would be right here-ish.
So Canal Parkway is the only entrance exit?
That's currently the way we have it right now.
I just have a question.
Yes.
I'm a little behind, but this is for the construction? What is the temporary parking for?
No, this is just public parking for the public. South of 98, you know, there was concern about the number of units that were being brought in with Salt Creek phases 1 and phase 2, and there already being an issue with public beach access parking. So we were tasked with, or a condition was added to the development order to provide temporary parking on the south side of 98 for the public. We say temporary because in the long term plan for the PUD, there will be permanent beach access parking, but this is just kind of, since that's so far down the road, this is to fill that need right now.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Where the temporary parking is that around where the hotel's gonna be eventually? That's gonna be phase 4 and 5?
Yes, I believe that is, I don't have the PUD plan in front of me right now.
Any public comment? Can y'all please step up to the podium? I'm sorry. I know I
What's a
want
quick
to
question?
sit there and
Sorry.
ask quick
Yes, sir.
questions, but
Absolutely.
we really.
Kirk, Mexico Beach, who's gonna use this parking? Is this for people that are going to the end of canal and using that beach and out to Crystal Sands or whatever it's called?
Yeah, I mean, there's the existing beach access down at the end of canal right now. It's going through the dunes. It's a permitted access. Ideally, that's what this would be used for.
That's the need though, that's the reason for the parking lot?
Correct.
Any other public discussion? All right, we'll close public discussion at the table. Any questions?
I guess, you know, we're calling it a citizens parking lot, how would we really make it happen that it's just a citizens parking lot? Just a sign, it's not gonna necessarily do it.
Well, the signage that I was speaking to specifically would be for this part of the parking lot that is city employee, city staff parking only. So we would have that posted, just because if we had somebody that was not city staff parking in there, that would be their warning, and then, you know, whatever would happen from there. But we would want to, you know, restrict and not allow the overflow. I mean, it's 62 spots, so it's, you know, give or take a couple, because as we kind of reconfigure things during permitting, some corners might get shaved off. But the other thing also is that, you know, we're going to have to get a development order for this, even on, you know, even though this is being done as part of a development order condition, it's going to trip thresholds. So, you know, we will be bringing it back to you for approval. This is just kind of getting an update of where we are right now.
62 public spots for anybody.
Correct, yeah, for anybody. Well, I think I was kind of overheard a question, but I think this is what Adrian was kind of referring to. Yes, this is 62 for anybody. This is not being restricted for the residents of Salt. This is public access.
Okay. Anything else? All right, let's move to our, thank you, Chris, appreciate it. Number 4, discussion of proposed restaurant located in Mexico Beach Shopping Center, Mr. Childs.
Good evening, I'm Zach Childs. I want to make some points about the history of our restaurants here. I hope y'all will listen to some of this visioning. Done a lot of homework on this last couple weeks with the building department and the property appraiser's office. It's been 36 years since we've had a restaurant built in Mexico Beach. It was J.T. Barano in 1988 built what became Sharon, when Miss Sharon bought it in 1995. So we've started having issues when real estate started going up in the 2000s. We lost a couple things, Top of the Gulf and the Hidden Lagoon, bit of development. One other closed, but from 2000s, 90s, we averaged 10 to 11 sit-down restaurants. We had 8 the day before Michael. We've had 1 for the last 5 years. So I've tried to help a lot. Gulf County and Mexico Beach, just getting restaurants today in Gulf County, and new ordinance got passed. They hadn't had one built in 20 years either. You've seen 25 in Port St. Joe, but they've got very friendly rules. Gulf County, similar, so they changed a bunch today. So just want to bring that to your attention. It's kind of scary when, you know, everybody talks about getting restaurants back, but 1 in 36 years. It is about impossible. We've had probably 10 clients that have wanted to do a restaurant on 1 lot. It's impossible. It's very challenging on 2 lots. It's still a challenge on 3 lots. The ordinance I referenced earlier, Beach Pizza's taking advantage of that. They're doing an extensive remodel to take advantage of the setbacks, and Toucans knows they've got to start by April. Talked to both those guys yesterday. They're at full speed ahead to meet the ordinance that's required with the time frames there. So with that in mind, we're going to have, I think, 8 food trucks by this summer, 1 restaurant. But the brewery was able to take advantage of an ordinance that passed in 22 with some parking, and they told me they could say they're shooting to open by the end of next month, but definitely by March. They passed all their inspections last week with the building department, so we will have 2 restaurants in Mexico Beach, hopefully pretty soon. I'm asking about a specific property today. It's very unique. Went to Chris, went to the building department. You got to bring this one to council. This is kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy because it's in the Mexico Beach Shopping Center. The shopping center is our only kind of planned unit development. It was planted in 1948. There's 10 lots. That's where if you want to show one of the ones there's, I'll read out the 10 that are there, but this was our original development in Mexico Beach where Charlie Parker put his office. The Castaways building that I'm talking about, and the Castaways restaurant was the last thing to occupy. I don't know if y'all remember the restaurant next to Mango Marley's. Which is kind of a contentious point. If you'll go back to number 2 there, is how are we going to use, how can they, anybody, and this isn't tonight, you know, is it going to be seafood, Italian, what can somebody do with this property? Because they were the only one out of the 10 that weren't fully built out. And I'll show you in a minute why it's important, because it's a specific ordinance that passed in '07 that needs some interpretation here by the city. We've got 2 restaurant groups very interested. They said, Zach, we're not getting in front of your city right now. You go do it and come back to us. We're going to watch the meeting and go from there. So out of the 10 that were there, you had Fish House built in '72. Mango Marley's was actually built in 1950. Castaways in 1950. Kathy's Construction was the last thing built there in 1974 until the Kathy's built on the vacant land that they purchased in 2016. Will you go to that number 7? Reason I'm here, that highlighted thing, I was hoping y'all could see that better, but there's a specific part of an ordinance that passed in 2007 that said, in the event of a natural disaster or any event that destroys any part of the building, rebuilding will be restricted to the same square footage that existed pre-disaster. That has been the city's interpretation of this ordinance. With Parker Realty destroyed, they've got to go back to the exact same footprint. When the Civic Center was destroyed and the city sold it, Brace Wells is located there, they had to go to the same footprint. But both of those were maxed out. They barely had room for a rug mat outside of their property. If you'll go back to that, number 1 on. What's interesting about this one is Castaways was built on lots 1, 2, and part of 3. They had 2 vacant lots that were that yard where people played, cornhole. Occasionally they had concerts. Usually it was empty. The restaurant groups we're talking to all want to be able to use that. Well, with the ordinance I just read you, are they limited to just this? Or, what can they do on these vacant lots is what we're posing to City Council. Are they limited to what was there and built in 1950, or can they use lots 4 and 5 and put every restaurant we're talking to, they need 150 seats. It's to meet some liquor laws and different things to financially make it work, and somewhere 4,500 square feet or so. And because of that ordinance in 2007, without some, we're hoping council can use some common sense here, and those were the only vacant lots there. Lots 4 and 5 that were vacant are the same size as Mango Marley's, for reference. Mango Marley's 3,400 square feet, heated and cooled, 3,900 altogether. Castaways had that vacant, so looking for some guidance here on what they can do there.
You including parking in that?
Well, it's part of the Mexico Beach Shopping Center. It's the only place in Mexico Beach that stormwater and parking don't have any requirements because they're platted kind of like Windmark Beach, Marina Cove and Port St. Joe, Reed Avenue. If you're a part of that, you don't have any parking requirements. But parking is a huge issue here in the room. Fish House has the right to rebuild, certainly does, as these people. So, parking's going to be a factor here for sure.
But when the restaurants were all there before, that was just vacant anyway. It wasn't parking 1, 2, and 3. It was just empty lots.
The restaurants were 1, 2, and was located 1, 2, and 3. 4 and 5 were just the empty sand lot that had outdoor seating. That wasn't fully utilized, but the way we've been interpreting it in Mexico Beach is you just call the property appraiser, and whatever was there is what somebody's allowed to rebuild. That doesn't work for this one for anybody trying to put in a restaurant. That outdoor seating counts against you, and it's a mess. They couldn't even do that the way it's written.
So I'm going to open it to public comment or discussion, public discussion. Yes, ma'am.
Wait a minute. Y'all quit laughing. I can't help it.
This is a Zach question.
Lisa, can you state your name?
Oh, Lisa Logan. How many parking spaces do you need for a 150-seat restaurant?
In the rest of Mexico Beach,
Yeah.
In the shopping center, you know, 0 in theory, but the ordinance that passed in 2022 simplified some things. So instead of square footage, it just went to number of seats, and you gotta have 1 spot for every 4 seats. 38.
Okay. You should remember back, I don't know, what, 10 years ago maybe? I've been 15, when we had the real big, long discussion about parking spaces in the shopping center.
Yeah, Mango's had to come, because, and this, whoever does this will have to do the same thing. The city's gonna have to sign off that they have parking for 150 people. It's the only way they can get the liquor pouring license. So,
Yeah.
yeah,
And
I went through those minutes today.
Yeah, and the shopping center was basically group parking.
Yeah, it's group parking. You have the same right in the back as the front. You know,
Yeah,
it's nobody,
okay.
nobody owns that parking except the 10
Except the
lots.
fish house.
Well,
What
Fish
was
House
the
does- yeah,
fish
the
house?
Fish House actually owns a few spots.
Yeah.
A weird mistake on a plat, you're right, but the rest of them are common parking for the shopping center.
Right, right. Okay. Well, good luck.
I have a question. How many, Jean Bird, 101. That's so far away. How many restaurants are you talking about? 2 in that?
No.
No?
We're asking for 1. I think you have a right to put 1 back in 1, 2, and 3 and argue that in 4 and 5 you make it do a separate one.
Mhm.
But the groups I'm representing just want to put 1.
Okay. And how many parking spots are there in the whole?
It's a great question. I couldn't find it today and never went and counted. It's not recorded, it's not mentioned in the plat, or I couldn't find it. It was a 1950 document.
Yeah, all right, thank you. I think it's 100, close to 120, all told in the shopping center. Parking spots. I think.
There's gonna be, when Fish House rebuilds, you know, if you've got 3 restaurants there, it's gonna be a good problem to me that you may not have a front row parking spot, but we wanna not have somewhere to park in the summer or not have somewhere to eat year round. It's kind of where we are.
Any other public comment?
There were 50 people, including a bunch of city workers at the gas station today. You know, it's sad where we're, you know, going to eat right now, so trying to do what we can.
All right, close the public comment.
It's gonna get loud for a second. Fire department's leaving, just go with me.
Gotcha. All right, closing public discussion, any discussion at the table?
And I just think the parking is a concern for everybody, but those are the options.
Yeah, I think, Zach, you're obviously the first one at the table, so there were 2 restaurants there before, right? So really,
At this spot where we're talking about, no, it was just 1.
just 1.
Yeah.
And then there was Mango Marley's, but that's what all you're doing is taking a place right now, right?
No, so Mango's still operable right here. Hopefully Beach Walk opens this year. But we're talking this space here that's been vacant since Michael, but it was just 1 restaurant since 1950. It's been about 10 different versions, but it's 1 restaurant.
Okay, so you're cutting off Castaway?
No, this is the Castaways property. Yes.
Then there were Mango Marley's.
Yes.
Okay, that's 2.
Well, there, Rich, if you look at lot 1, 2, and 3,
Yeah.
that was Castaways.
But this parcel that Castaways is on owns lots 4 and 5 as well.
Yeah.
The question here is, can they use their property? Can they use 4 and 5?
I think, this is just me, I think that we should be able to allow a restaurant to seat 150 people in a shopping center that has 120 parking
I come up, even back where the Civic Center used to be, that was parking, city parking, on the other side of the big
I
drain.
don't think it has city property anymore, because we sold the
Yeah, but
rest,
that-
whatever.
Yeah, but that didn't lose any of those parking spots. Those parking spots are still
It goes all
part
the
of
way
the
down
shopping
around
center.
there because
There's somewhere over 100 parking spots.
Yes.
So,
And expect Fish House to come to you as well. So I mean, to be fair, you know, I think you need to agree that you're gonna have 3 restaurants there that all can have the same parking they had, and as it's always been allowed, but people want some clarification before they start spending big money on the feasibility here. This is kind of the elephant in the room, is what, can I use my property or not?
okay. Sir?
I think we need to do whatever we can to promote restaurant. It's gonna be difficult here because there's not much available space, especially space that comes with an ordinance with section .02 that says hereby granted a parking variance. You don't need one because it's already granted.
It's granted, it's passed.
So, I think we need
Parking's not an
to,
issue, I think it's just, they won't,
I think we need to let
I
them
think
use
we
it.
could let it, I think we could.
So maybe that 2007 ordinance there, I don't know if y'all need to amend it, if that would be what, but, you know, it's clear in there, you know, the natural disaster, you know, it went through a natural disaster, but it was also the only property not using all of their lots. Everybody else was, you know, built to their setbacks.
And this parcel is listed under neon palm in that ordinance
Yeah.
already. So it's already here.
Purple bar, neon palm,
It would not meet the parking requirement anywhere else, but it's exempted and has a variance by that ordinance.
as would all the other 9 properties in the shopping center. Same thing you're seeing in Windmark Beach, it's why they have 3 restaurants right there, it's why we've got 18 on Reed Avenue right now. They
So
don't
my
have to
question
comply.
is, you're building a restaurant bigger than what Castaway was.
Yeah, you want to be able to use lots 4 and 5, yeah.
The whole problem.
I think
I think
people who
this section
own,
2 does pose a problem, because you wanna,
Yeah, I mean, I
You
don't
wanna
hit that on the
amend
head,
this ordinance
it exists, so how do I get around that?
section 2,
It does pose a problem?
yeah,
how's that?
not section 2, I meant section 3, number
Oh,
2,
okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I had a question about that.
That's the one I read out loud about the
Yeah.
natural disaster, I mean,
If the place gets taken out by natural disaster, you have to build it exactly the way it is.
I talked to some of the councilmen that passed it, and they said, we never thought of that, it was Mullen and Woodham and.
Right, I mean, it's still the one restaurant, it's still in the shopping center, I don't think it poses that much of a
It's
problem.
not taking any parking. It's
Yeah.
a green space.
Right.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Well, they actually use parking, you know, they had quite a few tables out there, but you don't get credit for that on a rebuild.
Like it says, will restrict to the same square footage and then we'll.
That kind of handcuffs us without.
Yeah, I think you need to change,
I
that
think we
needs to
have
be
change,
amended.
Yes, yeah.
So what is the right direction we need to give?
I'd say, we could give Clint the, direction to amend that,
To draft an ordinance amending,
amending
540, which I
540.
think would basically just be taking that out.
Well, I've talked to other owners here, they want it specifically to this. They don't want the other ones to be able to go back much larger, because this is the only one where it had vacant lots, if that makes sense.
So in the future, they wanna not be.
Well,
on
it just,
this.
it only applies to this parcel, not the other 9. The other 9 were built to what they could be. Only this one had vacant lots.
because everything else is built.
Yeah, so some of the neighbors just asked me to make sure the wording's proper.
Alright, so to amend this ordinance to make it so this thing can happen.
I'd address the neon palm parcel due to it having 2 vacant lots.
Now, as far as the storm
I would
permitting,
just,
stormwater permitting and all that,
I can hand you that all got addressed in 2016, Clint. Mr. Cathy built his barns way before the storm, he had to prove all that. Here's a copy of this permit, it's number 8. And the building department's very familiar with this since 2016. They approved Cathy's barns, they approved Bracewell, and they've approved the Cape and Coast office. That's what's getting built right now at the old Parker Realty. So they're very familiar with it. That's the stormwater is as clear as the ordinance. It's just that one line.
And it further says that the city council recognizes all the buildings as non-conforming structures. So we already know they're not compliant.
Yeah, there's different setbacks there. I mean, I wish we had a couple of them, then we'd have more restaurants, but it's really a neat setup if we can take advantage of it to hopefully have 3 restaurants there.
what about this section 4, y'all, about parking calculation of 1 parking space, 300 gross floor space, however, a new business spend, additional parking, the business will be priced, additional parking.
Even if you look at that parking requirement, as Mr. Tyler stated, they're looking to build 4,500 square foot restaurant, and so that would only be 15 parking places. And there's more than ample parking out there for the, to count those 15 parking places.
Make sure we don't have any issues come back on that. Okay. I personally don't see a problem with this.
I'm
Other than
hungry,
we just
let's
need
get it
to
done.
fix that. Yeah, we're all hungry
When can you
about
start?
it.
So what I'm hoping to get is some kind of letter from either council or staff that I can, show these restaurant guys and they know the first hurdle's met.
We can direct Chris to, or would it be Clint to write a letter?
Click to revise an ordinance to address.
Address whatever issues need to take place to allow this restaurant to be.
Do we need a formal motion for
I think it's just how we do
It's
that.
a correction, I think, Vince's discussion, he's gonna bring the ordinance back and we can go. All right, thank you.
All right, thank
We
you.
appreciate your time and you've been here and
Thank you.
that?
Can you tell us what kind of restaurant it's gonna be?
You said Italian.
Yeah. We
No,
have
he
time
said we're
frame
not
on
gonna
this.
talk about Italian and whatever. So I'm like, now that you're approved.
Ooh, next on the agenda is our engineering contract with Anchor CEI, Chris.
Yeah, the city council picked Anchor CEI to be our engineer of record. Miss Elizabeth Moore, who is one of the owners of Anchor, is here with us tonight. I don't think, Ms. Moore, why don't you step up? I don't think many of these elected officials here know you.
Good evening, Elizabeth Moore, I'm the president of Anchor CEI. Thank y'all very much for the consideration, and if y'all have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them.
All right, so we're gonna open up to public discussion. Anybody have any discussion on engineering? Mr. Chris? There's Stacy that she gonna whoop you. Okay. No discussion? Okay, so we'll close discussion, we'll move discussion to the table. I just have a question. Based on our previous section, Mr. Welly said that we had to have a
Engineer of record.
engineer of record. I could not find anywhere in any Florida statute that we have to have an engineer of record.
It's gonna kind of pertain to getting grants and stuff like that. You're gonna need it. You're gonna, at FEMA, you're gonna need it.
Okay. I just couldn't find anything, I don't know if you
I remember
remember saying
saying
what you
that, but-
said, and we needed an engineer of record, and I'm like, I can't find this anywhere. And if somebody had an idea of where I could find that, I would love to see it. But, I understand the why then.
I don't know of any Florida statute that requires it, let's put it that way. There are several
I
grants
don't
that we've
see,
worked with that
I
require
couldn't
it,
find
but
anything that
I don't
required
think
us to
there's a Florida
have
statute that
any
requires it.
engineer.
At FEMA.
And I knew that, well, is that by project though? Is that by project? So, we voted that we'd use basically 3 companies.
Correct.
And so when you go to use a company, engineering firm, should I say, that's your engineer of record for that project. And then if you use a different one from another project, then that would be your engineer of record for that project.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to have some continuity.
There was some discussion at the table that we needed an engineer of record. That's what the conversation was. And Ms. Moore, you should be aware of that, that's why we picked your company, to be the engineer of record. But we're gonna use 2 other companies also. Were you aware of that?
Yes, I went back and watched the video, so
Okay.
I saw the meeting, and that's fine. Somebody pointed out, we do that with almost all of our contracts. We have almost 20 continuing service contracts, and we work with Dewberry, we work with Panhandle, we work with, whoever, if there's another firm there that we need to
Just
work
fair
with.
that you know that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
The other thing, and I didn't get the new part till in my email earlier today, and I tried to go through that quickly. I just wanted to make sure that I need food. Sorry, my brain is going out. That with the engineer of record, I'm fine.
We worry about you. Would you please eat something? Please, just eat something.
You should have brought your popcorn.
No.
Easy to eat that.
I think what you would
It
read your
was
mind,
about
you didn't want conflict of interest.
conflict of interest
But
with,
you-
thank you.
I read your mind, well,
Thank
you need it,
Yeah,
sure.
I know. Conflict of interest, like if you're working on a project as the
Working on behalf of the
engineer
developer.
of record, you know, that we don't, I don't know if that's in that, I read through it, but I didn't.
And there is a clause, there's one sentence that addresses it, and I underlined it in the contract, but it basically says that, one of the things that says is that none of the personnel that work for me will also work for anybody within the city. Now, that needs to be expanded. I'll tell you that, to me, it would be a conflict of ethics, which is what we are bound to by, as engineers, we're sworn to a code of ethics. So to me, it would be a conflict of that code of ethics. If we were to ever try to represent two different sides, it would be rather difficult. And that's why a lot of times, if something comes up, so we work for other cities. And so a lot of times we do get people call us to do different developments within those cities. We turn them down.
Okay.
So, and I don't see any reason why that would be different here. If there were something that would come up and that I was somehow disinclined to do that, we would present it to the city before we proceed with entering into a contract with them. Our priority is going to be the city, so.
This isn't the right one.
Correct.
There's another.
Oh,
It was
there is?
sent earlier today.
Oh, I
Well,
haven't seen that, it's the only one.
I think it's the one that I was sent was the one that was in the RFQ that you sent out, so that's the one that we're following, I think.
Okay. All right, I don't have any more questions.
That was my only question.
Okay. Linda, any questions? Mr. Wells? Mr. Wolf? Okay. I will entertain a motion to approve or deny engineering contract with Anchor CEI.
I'll make a motion to approve the engineering contract with Anchor CEI.
I'll second it.
Call the roll, please, Julie.
Mrs. Hamilton?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mayor Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Wolf?
Yes.
Mr. Weld?
Yes.
Okay, next on our agenda is discussion regarding holding a workshop. Mr. Cover.
This was directed by City Council to put on the agenda. One of our residents brought this up at the last meeting, that they'd like to go back to seeing the City Council hold workshops to discuss items. As I said, council directed this be on the agenda for discussion.
Are you talking like pre-agenda workshops like they used to do back in the day? I can't remember.
When I was here
16.
before, the first meeting of the month was a workshop, and then the second meeting of the month was a regular council meeting where the voting took place. But I mean, this is the council discussion on how you all want to do it. I was told that at one point the city council held quarterly workshops. So that was after my initial time here.
Yeah, it used to be 2 workshops a month and 1 voting meeting. They changed the second workshop to a voting meeting to make it 2 voting meetings, and then had the pre-agenda workshop, and then the pre-agenda workshop went away.
So again, it's council discretion on this.
Okay, I'm gonna open this to the public. Come on up, Miss Lisa.
Since y'all don't know who I am, I'm Lisa Logan. I'm the citizen who brought this up. It's not the first time I've brought it up. I'll keep bringing it up. The current system does not work. The current system is, y'all look at what you've got, you discuss it, and then you vote on it right then. We have known for more than 30 years, and we had council member after council member say, the workshops was where the work was done, and that is what we need to go back to. The citizens had much more voice in the local government at that time because we could come and talk about things, and then that gave at least a week for the council members to go out and talk to the citizens, to go view whatever it was that needed to be done. There was time to actually do research on it. And that system worked for more than 30 years. We didn't have a problem with it. We had a workshop. The next week was the voting meeting, the next week was nothing, and then there was a general workshop that usually covered whatever in the fourth week of the month. Voting and the same meeting where you just get the information and just have your initial discussion of it causes all kinds of problems. So I am once again asking, and this, we had those workshops up until 2015, mid-2015, when someone was elected mayor and he changed every workshop to a voting meeting. And then in 2017, we got another mayor back in, and he did away with workshops completely. That takes away the ability of the citizens to have much more input. It takes away the ability of the council members to not know what they're doing or reading or discussing. And you need to consider going back to pre-agenda workshops. If you continue having 2 voting meetings, I say you need 2 pre-agenda workshops. So please consider this. If you need any visual aids on this, you can still look at a year and a half from 2016 to mid-2017 of the workshops that we had to give you a clue of how much work got done in those workshops. Any questions?
Thank you. Any other public comment here?
Mayor Council, Rob Crease, AD. I don't know, we got too many meetings already. Sorry, Lisa. But anyway, you're moving, usually get the agenda out Friday. How can you have a pre-agenda meeting? Now you're putting out the agendas on Wednesday, I think you said you changed it to? They come out Wednesday or Thursday? Thursday. What are you gonna do, have a pre-agenda meeting Friday? That just makes no sense. And, you know, why can't you get the agenda out earlier? Like maybe on a Monday, and then you'd have it. You'd all have it to see what's coming up Tuesday, and you'd have a week to look at everything. And I'd have a week to look at everything, and if I got questions, I could call you up. I think we got enough meetings. This pre-thing ain't gonna work, because it's just gonna be like a day before or day after. That just doesn't make sense to me. I know what Lisa's talking about, but I can't agree with that. I mean, why don't you put the agendas out on Monday, and you have all day a week to look at them, and you got the council meeting on Tuesday.
Gotta put it together to get it on the agenda, too. It's not really much time.
Well, I mean, Monday or Tuesday, it gives you at least a week. That should be enough for everybody to look at and discuss it.
No, I'm talking about beforehand.
Well, that's what I'm saying,
We
yeah.
have the meeting tonight. Our next agenda is due, well, if we had a regular meeting, if we had another meeting, this is the beginning of the month. It'll be next Wednesday, the agenda's out, all right?
Yeah.
There's ordinances, there's stuff that's gotta be done in between that time. Sometimes it's hard to get it out on the Wednesday.
I mean, is it really that difficult to put the agenda out like on a Tuesday and have it out Tuesday and I mean, that gives you a week?
I don't think that we can only do 1 voting meeting in a month, because we can't hardly get through this in almost 4 hours. So, yeah.
Well,
So, the staff, I think, moving it to Wednesday is trying to help get it out by Thursday, because I think it was on Thursday. Yeah, so we're, how long, just for Brock's purposes and our information, I know when I go in there and I look at the board, it changes quite often. So do you have any recommendations? And I've talked to Tammy and you, I think, before about pre-agenda workshops, how y'all thought they would work. And y'all came up with some really good ideas. So what do you think?
So yes, we do have the board in Tammy's office, and so like when we leave here, everything that came out of this meeting stuff is gonna be written on the board of what was brought up, what needs to be addressed. A lot of it depends on, getting everything together. So, you know, like the Gulfview Motel, that went before, P and Z, so we know it's gonna be on this. Before it can even go on P and Z, we have to make sure that Alara has everything that she needs. She can do her report, get all that in. So, ordinances being rewritten, I mean, either if it's something that we rewrite or the Clint rewrites. You know, we have to make sure that we get all that information in, we have backup for everything. And then we can put our agenda together, because sometimes last minute, I mean, we may have something that's ready to go on the agenda and all of a sudden it's like, oh, we're not gonna have that information, and we end up having to redo the agenda and take something off when we've already printed it. So, trying to anticipate what's gonna go on it every single time, I mean, some things you're pretty sure on, other things are still really very much up in the air. Then you may have something that's, you know, an emergency that comes up that's like, oh, we really need to get this before council, and we need to get it done quick. So again, we're having to struggle, run around, get everything ready. So it is very, very fluid. This change in this resolution that they just talked about tonight actually changes the deadline date from a Wednesday so that we can get the agenda out on Thursday by 5 o'clock. Before, our cutoff was Thursday at noon to get stuff out Thursday night. Well, if you have somebody last minute that's scrambling to get something together, you know, it's 6, 7 o'clock at night and we're in here making copies and that kind of thing. So it's very fluid.
Do you think that it's better to have a strong, hard cutoff?
And that's what we were hoping that this would do, is by saying, okay, it's in an ordinance. You know, yeah, we weren't following it before, but it's in an ordinance. So you have to have it here by Wednesday at noon, or you're gonna have to wait till the next meeting. You know, we try to get as much stuff in front of you as we can, but.
Right. Yeah, I noticed.
And and we did have you and I did have a conversation about this, and I'm tired too, and I don't remember what we came up with, but I thought we did.
It sounded
Kind
really
of
good
said that we
though.
could kind of maybe roll something together.
Yeah.
So,
And
I don't know, I could think about it.
the pre-agenda workshops, this is my opinion, the pre-agenda workshops I think would work if we could come up with a good way to do that, where we have these hard cutoffs. And if you have a pre-agenda workshop as the first meeting of every month, and then you have your voting meeting at the last, or vice versa.
I think that's what we
I think we talked about that. What I feel a pre-agenda workshop meeting would do, it would make our conversations better, including the residents and others. It would also give us an opportunity to talk about things that we don't get an opportunity to talk about, because the only place that we can talk is at this table.
True.
And we need to be talking more. Like, I have a list. I would have loved to talk about that list.
But I mean, the real question is, if you don't know what your agenda is until a couple of days before.
But if we give a hard cutoff and we use that and that's it, then basically you have once a month to bring something to the table. And there'll be a lot less discussion, like tonight, we're having a lot of discussion about these things. All that discussion will be cut down probably in half or more, because you would have that opportunity, we have that opportunity to do all the discussion in the workshop. And then all we're doing is coming to the table. Does anybody have any additional comments? In public, you probably don't. If you're active here already in the workshops, we go and vote and we're out. That's just an option that I think what we had talked about.
That is exactly how it worked.
Was it? Okay. And Tanya and Julie and I weren't even here then. But, you know, great minds think alike. So that's my take on it. I think it would be good for us as a council. I think it would be good for the citizens, and I think it would be good for these hard stops. And it would help the staff. Not, they knew they were once a month, that's it. Cut down some time on there, I'll be happy. and not sit in a 5-hour meeting. Yes, sir, you can come to the podium, it's still open for discussion, sorry.
If you're gonna,
Yeah, come on. A few more steps, you can do it.
John Harrell, First Street, if you're gonna do the workshop before the vote, then we're gonna need to switch the times, because I think if you have a workshop in the morning, a lot of the citizens cannot attend.
Yeah, I think we were talking about the swap, and we were doing it at the end,
Okay,
the workshop on the last meeting of the month, and then that would be for everything that's gonna come in that first meeting of the next month.
and I don't know if, I guess we'd have to ask the citizens, because I'm retired, so it doesn't matter to me. If we start at 5 on a workshop instead of at 6, so it doesn't go till
Yeah.
quarter to 10.
We could.
I don't know how that would affect the people that are working. So I think they should be considered too. But if you're gonna do that, and you're gonna do the workshop the first part of the month, then that should be in the evening. And then,
Did y'all have a lot of?
workshop at night, a voting meeting.
Voting meeting here.
Right.
Yeah.
Because people that work probably wanna be involved in the workshop. Once we get everything out in the workshop, then you vote, they can watch it online or catch it later in the evening and then send you emails. Why'd you vote like that?
Exactly.
Just for clarification,
Yes, ma'am.
the workshops were always held at night. They were at 5 o'clock for a long time.
4.
4? Okay. And then they were switched at citizens' request to a later time than 4 o'clock. And the council meetings are also held at night.
So, any other discussion from the public? Awesome, okay, we'll close that. Let's bring discussion to the table.
Were we suggesting making the second meeting a workshop and only having one voting meeting a month?
One voting meeting.
Well, we've had 5 this month.
I know.
There's no way we're gonna pull out one voting meeting a month when we have 5 this month.
Maybe if we work through a lot of these things at the workshop.
Yeah.
So which will lead me into the next part, and Lisa's gonna hate me for saying, because I've said it to her 100 times, she knows where I'm going. Workshops are for the council to work,
Yes.
not for the public to come speak in a town hall.
But-
So is it a workshop or a town hall?
Okay, so, whatever you name it,
I've always hated the name workshop, because it's
Okay.
not a workshop when we let everybody speak the whole time.
well, they're not gonna speak the whole time, but they will have we have two-way conversations, just like we do right now.
So it would not be a workshop, it'd be a town hall.
Stick with
But you'd
tradition,
be
Adrian.
working, you're working on your agenda items, so yeah, it would be a workshop. We're discussing it as just like we're discussing this. This could be part of a workshop,
Call it pre-agenda.
pre-agenda workshop, or just pre-agenda.
Or call it anything you want.
Pre-agenda meeting,
You just do what you do.
pre-agenda meeting, or whatever, so.
I think that's what it was called.
How do y'all feel about that? Let's just start over here.
I would like to continue to have the 2 meetings a month, regular meetings, and maybe one workshop somehow in between. I think it's important to have that meetings for the citizens to be able to come to a real meeting. I think the attendance is better, from what I recall. I do remember the workshop days, and I think the attendance is better in a regular meeting. I don't know, y'all will hear it even longer, Jerry.
I think we did it quarterly. I think so.
I don't remember that, because I wasn't here.
And we
We
just-
had the workshop and the meeting since I was here, and that's been 22 years. And they were in place long before I came.
First Wednesday, second Tuesday, fourth Tuesday?
That sounds about right.
That's what I think it was.
So, I mean, we would still have to have a cutoff date for everything that was gonna be on that agenda for the month, whether we're having 2 voting meetings or whether we're having one, we'd have to have that cutoff and have everything for that month in that workshop and then split the agenda to 2 meetings. If we went with 1 workshop, 2 meetings.
I can't tell you the number of emails I've gotten about how our agendas are too long and we
They
have 2
are.
a month. And if we're gonna go from 2 4-hour meetings to 3 4-hour meetings, that's all that's gonna change.
I agree with
No.
that. I don't know.
And I don't know that.
It'll just be another 4-hour meeting, but that's fine, it can be.
I don't know that I think it would shorten it.
You think it would?
I think it would, the workshops would.
I know it would.
Yeah.
The workshops might be 2.5 hours long, and sometimes they weren't, because they got a little rowdy sometimes, they got a little,
No.
extended, but the voting meetings were over and done with in 90 minutes, because everything was said in the workshops.
That's the way
The
I would
arguments
think it
were done in the workshops. The discussions, the lengthy discussions were done in the workshops. The voting meetings, they already knew what they were gonna do.
So let me ask you this. Did you have public discussion in the meetings?
In the meetings,
In the meetings?
yes, but it was limited because everybody had said everything in the workshops.
Unless they didn't come to the workshop.
What?
Unless they didn't come to the workshop.
That
Yeah,
was
well-
also 5 years ago. I hear a lot of
Yeah.
the same things from numerous meetings in a row now.
yeah.
That's
So-
true. People don't come to the meetings as they used to.
So, thank you. Would y'all be interested in maybe trying it for a while and seeing how it works? And if it doesn't work, we got the power to change it.
We know, what are you suggesting we try?
I would suggest maybe like Julie said, the workshop at the end of the month. So it would be
On tonight, like tonight's
like
meeting.
tonight, but it would be this time of night, like 6 o'clock at night, 5:30, 6 o'clock at night. Pre-agenda workshop, or whatever you want to call it. And then the second meeting would be the voting meeting.
I think the one thing, now that this is all kind of refreshing my memory, is one downfall of doing that is the fact of that if you have something that, it's gonna take a long time before you get something for.
You're gonna be carrying
You're gonna be
agenda items over a month.
Yeah, you're gonna be asking people to wait a long
But-
time before you can go before council.
But if I put something on the agenda that needed to be heard for that month, then it would be, I would know that my deadline was a certain date. It would be up to me as that person that wanted it on the agenda to make sure I did follow the rules and got it on the agenda.
But if you have some kind of emergency item or something like that
Well-
that needs to be seen quickly.
You just call
Yeah,
3 special
we
meetings
call-
in a month.
Then
We just call it a special meeting. We've been doing it anyway. So,
But that's the thing, I mean, if we currently have a lot of agenda items for our regular meetings. There is nobody at this table that disagrees that workshops are productive. I think everybody agrees with that. It's the frequency that we have them that's most important. I mean, and having them once a week before an agenda meeting would just cancel one of the agenda meetings. That's basically what it do. So you'd be carrying all that material and all those decisions over for another month.
we could, I'm just saying, we could try a pre-agenda meeting at the end of the month, a workshop, and then the first meeting of the month would be the voting. And we could try it for a couple months, and if those agendas don't go fast with the voting agendas, then, or faster, then we can always convert, make it 2 meetings to vote, or whatever we feel like we need to do.
You guys are gonna hate me, but I think adding a third meeting is more wise than taking one away and putting it in a workshop.
I agree with that. I agree that if you have a workshop separate of the 2 meetings, that would be.
But still, at the same point, if you're having a workshop, for agenda work, you have to have everything in for all the discussions to be done once a month. I mean, you can't turn around and put new items on an agenda and just go in there and vote. That would be doing the same thing we're doing now. And I think if we converted and had hard deadlines, it would make it easier on the staff, I think.
we could also, I mean, look around at some other cities and see like what they do, you know, and with some different ideas or something like that.
I think, I've seen some that, I don't think they call them pre-agenda workshops, but they pre-agenda meetings that they discuss not necessarily what's gonna be on the agenda, maybe they're not, but they're able to sit and discuss things with the citizens and, because this is the only time we can talk back and forth to each other. I mean, there's been many things I'd like to have asked Wolf after a meeting that I'm thinking, oh, you know what? But I can't talk to him. That made total sense. I need more information. What, you know, where is he going with that? Where do you know? So, you know, it's just, we don't have that, we don't have enough opportunity to really talk about things for our city and what kind of things do we feel like we need to have on an agenda that maybe got dropped off, like the $75,000 grant money and work, you know, coming in.
Just be waiting a month to approve it when you only got one meeting.
Well, if it was important enough, we waited 8 months for this one apparently to come to us, so.
I don't think we're speeding up progress by eliminating a voting meeting in a month. That's just my opinion, but.
I kind of feel the same way. I feel like we would just add more stuff to the pile.
So we
But
could do a
I think there should be a
workshop and then,
solution for a workshop.
yeah, do a workshop and then split that workshop agenda into 2 different meetings, like we're doing now. It may cut down on all the special meetings in the long run.
If it doesn't, we might as well just stay here.
How does Port St. Joe handle it, Clint?
We just have 2 regular meetings a month. If we have a particular issue that we need a workshop, for instance, I think January 30th, we have a workshop about the 10th Street ball field that you've all heard so much about. And if we need a special meeting, we call a special meeting. I mean, that's it. There's two regular meetings like.
But again, I think the workshop, just adding a workshop will cut down on the time we're spending in these meetings. And it gives us opportunities, an extra opportunity to discuss things. So.
Just tell me where to be and when. It has been almost 4 hours.
There's the last one, 4.5.
Want to make any recommendations?
Can we allow time for the citizens to absorb this as well
Not
and
this
bring it
one.
back to another meeting?
I think we should.
Okay.
Very good.
Keep it on the agenda for the next meeting.
All right.
It's a good discussion.
Yeah.
Brainstorm, people. Bring it back. All right, project list, Mr. Copeland.
Mr. Wolf brought up city staff providing an updated projects list as what has been done in the past. So we've just provided that for you tonight. If there's any specific questions that anyone has that want me to answer, then I'll do my best.
So how often will you do the updates like this? How often?
I figure once a month.
Okay.
Answer the lady's question.
Yeah,
don't
somebody
you?
asked, somebody asked about 15th Street, maybe you can let them know about 15th Street.
Yeah, the 15th Street pedestrian bridge, we passed that on to Mrs. Moore's engineering firm, because there's certain engineering work that needs to be done with that. Same way as with the Moby mats. Actually, once the city council selected her firm, there was 5 different projects that I forwarded over. So 15th Street pedestrian bridge is one of those. So once the engineering's done, the bid documents are completed, we'll go out for bids and start that project. You're welcome.
Just curiosity, what 5 did you hand off to the engineering group?
15th Street sidewalk.
The Moby mats, the kayak launch, 15th Street pedestrian bridge, the 98 repaving project, which isn't one of our projects, but we're gonna have to do some engineering work on it. And then I let her know that the boat ramp repairs, we're gonna need her to take a look at those and begin working up a scope of work for us to resolve those issues.
How about my bathroom?
The
My
bath-
bathroom.
Dina and I have a meeting tomorrow with FEMA to discuss your bathrooms. I did get in some quotes on some insulated concrete forms, just the bathroom portion, what they thought that would cost. And that's one of the things we're gonna discuss with FEMA tomorrow.
FEMA, you know, we should do that. We do have a pole barn.
Yes.
I didn't know that, under the pond, I'm sorry, I didn't get here. It says, but it's pole barn finished. At under pond park.
May I ask a question? Yes, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I need clarification, Chris. You have police, fire, municipal building. FEMA obligated $3.6 million to rebuild 14th Street location. What is that about? Did not get billed in the 25 acres?
Well, I mean, it's exactly what it says. They've obligated $3.6 million if we rebuild on 14th Street. Everybody agrees that it's impossible to rebuild on 14th Street and meet FEMA's own requirements. And so, as the second bullet point states there, we're in stage 6 of 8 for possible additional funding. So what we instructed FEMA to do was to continue with that process, get through steps 7 and 8, and that's where they'll work up the additional funding for us to move the locations to the 20 acres that the city purchased.
So that is still a probability.
Yes, yes. and
Okay.
We're still working on that actively.
Got a question? Bill Hamilton. You proposing to have a new boat ramp installed in addition to the ones that we have?
Yes, we received funding for that.
Who's designing that? I've noticed the one that we have has a fairly steep incline going down and levels off, going to the water. I've seen a lot of trailers that have the spare tire mounted on the side of the trailer, drags. If you just kept it in a straight line all the way down to the water instead of having that dip in it, would help out, be a lot more convenient. The tongue, my jack tongue does not retract, and it will tend to drag sometime.
I mean, my thoughts are the engineer, of record for the city would do that project, but if the city council wanted to utilize somebody else, that would be their discretion.
Now, I don't know who the design engineer is going to give them that input, not to have a severe dip or keep it straight line all the way down.
That also might be good for like jet skis, to use that particular lane if it wasn't so steep. That was a suggestion from Mitch Coleman as well.
Yeah.
Chris, what are your plans on Colorado Drive?
You talking about the drainage problem or the relaying the water line?
Both.
We've talked pretty extensively about both. We had to try to locate the drainage line, in Colorado, and unfortunately, there's no drainage line where we hoped there was one.
I know, I live where there's none.
Yeah.
From the fourth house to the end, there's nothing on either side of the street.
Yeah. I know where you live, and it's going to be an ongoing project. We've addressed a couple of other projects already on First Street, and then next to the church right off 15th. And so Colorado is big on our priority list, and we'll be out there. It's going to take a little bit more work to take care of that drainage problem compared to the other two we just completed.
Just before the hurricane, they surveyed Colorado Drive and 7th Street, just for information. They came out and surveyed both them streets to put in drainage. So I don't know whatever happened to the surveys, but that was all done before the hurricane. Then the hurricane hit and everything disappeared. So you might have survey stuff somewhere about what slopes and everything else, because that was done in 2018, before the hurricane.
Okay. And you brought up the drainage also at the Gulfview Motel.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be resolved as part of the Highway 98 repaving project.
Okay.
They're going to put in drains there and pipe the water down Highway 98 to 16th Street and then run it down 16th to the canal.
When is that going to take place? Any idea?
If everything goes according to plan, they're going to bid it out in July, August of this year. And then once they bid it out, the contractor will have 90 days to start work once they're selected.
Okay.
While we're here, does anybody else have any questions? Okay, Chris, do you have anything you want to add to
not the project.
To your time here, staff report.
The only thing I want to add is I passed out a copy of, and I emailed this out, but the fiber plan. Point Broadband has been in touch with the city over the last couple of months, wanting to put broadband into the city. I've spent a majority of that 2 months trying to research how the city handles these type of situations. With us being small and the fact that we don't deal with this often, there's not really been a formal process. In the past, the city council approved it by either resolution or ordinance and gave a franchise agreement. However, the state took away local franchises, and that's why one of the things I emailed out was the state franchise agreement for the entire state of Florida. So I know I seen in the back of the room there's a representative here from Point Broadband. One of the things I can say is that they recently, and I don't know if they've completed the work that they were doing in Callaway, but they have been working in Callaway. I spoke to the city manager of Callaway, Ed Cook, and he said they have 0 complaints about Point Broadband, that they've been very conscientious of while they're out there on the right-of-ways working. And, you know, they are basically in the same position as us. They showed up, they didn't have a formal procedure, council approved it and allowed them to do the work. And you can see on the handouts that I passed out and emailed to you on Friday that they're gonna hit the entire city, or they want to.
So we have to approve it.
Well,
Or
in
the
the
state
past,
has taken that power from us.
the state has pretty much taken that power from us. That's what I got from the city manager of Callaway, is that they had their attorney look into it, and the state took it away. In the past, we did individual franchise agreements with companies like this. In the past, we had individual franchise agreements with MediaCom and GTCom, and, you know, we would get 2% of whatever they made here. Well, the state took away all that, and now all the revenue, you know, that is normally received through the communications tax goes to the state, and it comes back to us based on population. So, that's where we're at. And so that's, once Callaway's attorney looked at it, explained to them the process, Callaway, you know, just approved it and let it work. So they really didn't have you know, a reason or even knew if they were allowed to deny it.
So basically, any public utility can come put anything in our right of ways.
Based on my conversation with the Callaway city manager, and I don't know if, you know, if Clint has any experience with this in Port St. Joe.
No, not recently. We haven't
Yeah, it's been 23 years since the city of Mexico Beach did a franchise agreement that I could find. Like I said, when the state took it all away, there's no reason for us to do one.
We could have some loaded right of ways in the future.
But they're loaded now on 98. In fact, that was one, we had a telephone conference this past Friday morning, and I believe I put that in my email to you all Friday whenever I emailed these plans out. One of the things that I brought up was the fact that we have some very crowded right-of-ways, and that if they did hit any utilities, I wanted them to notify us, you know, first of all, and then they would take care of any issues.
Which is, you want me to come up with fun?
Yes, please.
Good evening, Jordan Becker with Point Broadband. Standard operating procedure is just like with everything 811 locate tickets. Contractor and therefore the company itself are responsible for any damages, mismarks, etc., excluding mismarks, etc. Scott Wilson, owner of FICOM, is our general contractor. He is based out of Walton County. We carry a GPR locating machine for our crews. So we go through, we don't just rely on 811 locates, we go through and check everything, verify locates ourselves. That being said, we do carry a certificate of insurance with Mexico City on that now. I believe you have a copy of that. But we bear full responsibility on any damage, restoration, etc. that we may cause. Like Chris said, it's kind of an interesting situation in Florida with the franchise agreement going from individual city to state. Been a little bit of a headache. Port St. Joe is about to get introduced to that as well. So been a little bit of a learning curve for all of us down here in Florida. But I think our record speaks for ourselves. We've had zero strikes over our year plus here in Florida. But we're local. I live in St. Andrews, Panama City, so I'm here. You're gonna see me a lot. Scott's here. We're not gonna let you have any complaints. Everybody's welcome to have my number if you do have a complaint. I'm used to.
He has a question.
Yes.
Should I just ask him here or do I have to get up?
No, just gonna ask, I don't think this is,
It's a request. How,
yeah.
how deep do you set your lines?
I was actually gonna ask that.
So primary running line, so DOT, so like 98, 36-inch depth requirement, through city, 24-inch depth.
And when you mark, what is the safety factor in your marks?
Pardon?
When you mark utilities, what's your safety factor?
811 is 24 inches off of existing.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
All on the ground.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You don't have my neighborhood in here.
If you live in Mexico Beach, you should be on that.
I can't find 7th Street. No, everything's on the other side. But I know you got.
So a point to that, we don't improve in engineering and design and the whole, everything considered. We don't have to run both sides of the street. So if you live on 7th Street, I don't know if that runs north, south, east, west, but if you live on one side, we're not going to necessarily have to run down both sides completely. So we don't cause as much damage while we're actually building. So we'll run a primary running line down one side and we'll shoot off to the other
Using
side.
the bowl?
Yes. Yes, sir. The majority of the Mexico Beach build will be missile, so you won't have the big machines in your yard. I know you're going to be familiar with drilling machines, but you're not going to have a big drilling machine in your yard with water tanks and everything else off of 98.
Computation's good.
Well, you know, I mean, it really wasn't on the agenda for tonight, so we
Right.
didn't really have a lot of time to research things on our own. So I would like more time before we make any
Okay.
kind of decision.
This isn't a decision.
I was gonna say, are we making any
Yeah, we're
decision?
not
I don't think we
making-
have.
Just wanted to make sure y'all didn't have any questions for him right now, so you can go out and do your research.
Doesn't sound like we'll ever have to make a decision.
Yeah, there's no
Right.
state, they're just gonna do it.
Franchise, yeah, state franchise.
Yeah. It's just gonna happen.
So while they're here,
Basically coming in and tell us what they're doing.
Well, FaceTime, if you have any questions.
No, I understand. I didn't mean that as a right.
Lynn, do you have anything for us tonight?
No, I don't.
Can we move to adjourn this meeting?
Sure, I'll make a motion to adjourn.